Okay, party people in the house, you're about to witness something you've never witnessed before.
Welcome to The Curious Case of Jodi Arias, episode number 3. I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. Hey, everybody, sexy star, bright Kayla, Huddy Buddy, if you're still in here. Um, welcome. So, just to give a quick recap here on episode 2, we left off with Jodi having been confronted by the male detective Flores. She didn't have night sleep, and so she decided that she wants to come back and update her story because she didn't have enough time to think. So right now she's being interviewed by the female detective. So we're gonna sit here and we're gonna peep some game. We're gonna watch the body language. We're gonna see her demeanor and see if we can ascertain the intricacies and the underlying shitteries behind this. What's going on here?
My mind or any of the other investigators' mind um, that you were the person that took Travis's life. But what I need to know, or what I'd like to know, and give you the opportunity to do, is determine whether you're a cold-blooded, cold-hearted um, murderer who slaughtered this guy, or are you somebody that got caught up in circumstances and things got out of control? Because I think that is what happened.
And see, I enjoy this detective that she's trying to play this woman to woman thing. From woman to woman, I understand how you have been uh, abused and battered and you can relate to me. I can relate to you because we've had similar experiences dealing with ancient niggas.
Honestly, and looking at everything and all of the facts and talking to people, um, I think in every person that anybody could be capable of harming another person. I think it's in our nature, and generally most people suppress that. But I think given the right circumstance,
A lot of people, that's suppressing a whole hell of a lot. 27 stab wounds, a slit throat, and a gunshot wound to the head, being drugged back into the shop. That's a lot of suppression. That's a whole lot of suppression. I don't think I'm capable of that, Missy. Not me. Like I said, I'll kill somebody in their sleep. So, Uncle Sweet Pea, that pertains to you. You mess with me, you're gonna wake up in the upper room.
and the right time and the right place, anybody could be capable of harming another person. I see that on a regular basis. Um, what I generally see are the cold-hearted, ruthless types. What I don't see very often, Jodi, are people like yourself that are intelligent and spiritual and caring. And um, so I tend to believe that it was a incident of circumstance, if you will.
Hey, Franny Cat.
Um, it looks as if this guy Travis, um, befriended you. You got into this relationship, and it certainly looks to me like he took advantage of your generosity and your kindness.
You hear that? So, yeah, Jody, I understand that you're very smart and articulate and well read and well spoken, and you don't seem like a killer. And this guy, Travis, the person that you're in jail for murdering, he took advantage of you. I'm trying to gain your trust. He took advantage of you. You can trust me. This recorder is on, but it don't mean anything.
Um, one of the other detectives had described him to you as a player. Um, and I don't think that that's very far off from everything that I've seen. And I don't think there's a woman out there that hasn't been treated badly or taken advantage of by a man like that. And I'm hoping, because you come from a good family and because you have a decent background, I'm hoping that you'll be smart about things and make some choices for yourself to help better your situation. When this hits the news, um, and it'll go to the media. Do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded, cold-hearted murderer? Because the media loves that. That's not, that won't be our words or their words when they do a press release, but that's what, the media will take a look at the facts and that's what they'll portray it as. Or do you want to be portrayed as
Franny Cat, that is such a good point. You're absolutely right. She's using any manipulation she can to get a confession, the detective, but Jody does not respond to women. She uses her sexuality to manipulate men. That is exactly correct. Exactly.
a person that didn't mean to have any of this happen? It just got out of hand, and you're remorseful. Which way do you want to go? How do you want to portray yourself? You're a businesswoman, is that correct? Okay. And you have a couple of different businesses going, right? So you're a smart girl, Jodi, smart woman. Um, you got to have a lot on the ball to be, your own businesswoman and balancing everything the way you do, because it sounds like you got a lot going on and a lot of juggling and balancing. You're obviously very organized, well read.
I would say well read, but not organized.
Not organized? Why so?
Um, I procrastinate, so papers pile up and things don't get filed on time, and I lose stuff, and then I find it later when I don't need it anymore. When I do need it, I can't find it. So
Okay.
just general stuff like
Well, maybe you're not as organized as I had thought. It's
that.
certainly
I
human.
try. I mean, I go through these periods where it's like today is devoted to organization, and then I'll get organized, and it'll be that way for a little while, and then I'll kind of let it slide, and then I'll have to go back and clean up again.
All right. So I think that the reason you're here is I think that you should have just at least one more shot at the opportunity to do the right thing. You say that you're spiritual, or those are my words, not yours, but that's certainly what I got out of reading everything, looking at everything. That you have some sort of relationship with God, or some sort of deep spirituality, and so did Travis. And it sounds like you cared about what Travis's family thought of him, maybe what they thought of you. I don't know whether you ever met them.
I met his grandmother
Okay.
a few times.
Were they good people?
And I didn't meet his family at his services, but I saw some of his sisters, and he talked about them a lot. And he talked about how proud he was of all of his brothers and sisters, because they come from a rough background, but they've all done really well.
So you notice that she said that she went to his services. So she murdered him and went to his services to be the grieving friend, or the grieving um, ex-girlfriend. That she's not the psychotic stalker. And then you notice that how her voice, she gets all teary-eyed, and her voice changes, her demeanor changes when she's referencing Travis and Travis's family. To me, those are just that's her acting. Yeah, she has a nerve showing up there, but yeah, she went to the dude's services. She put him in the ground and she went over there and brought flowers.
I would imagine that keeping all of this in, I can only imagine because I've never been there myself, but I can only imagine that keeping all of this in is just tearing you apart inside. Um, it's not hard to tell that. You have portrayed yourself as being very strong, but you can see it in your eyes, Jodi.
It's not like, it's not that I'm in detect. My dad said that Detective Flores told him that I was just cold yesterday, and it's not that I'm cold. I'm just resolute, and it's not that I haven't cried. It's all I've done for the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to work part time, and at my job, I need to be a happy, cheery person. So I've got to suppress all of that and put on an act while I'm on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm going to get any more clients for my business, I've got to be an attractive person in my personality. So it's not like
So again, it's about her image. That's what she cares about, is the way that she's portrayed, that she puts on the front all the time, and she has to look a certain way. She just told us.
it's not like I haven't been grieving him since I heard about him.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have an image. I understand that. You have an image to uphold and you have to portray, that you're a together, savvy woman, not somebody who's fallen apart. So that's understandable.
I can fall apart when you aren't looking, and when it's at night and I go to sleep. Travis always used to call me, not always, but very frequently. So that's the hardest part is when I go to sleep at night. And if he wasn't calling, then I just call him. And sometimes I would just call anyway to hear his voicemail.
Oh, really? So she kills him, but she misses him, and she calls him to hear his voicemail. Really? Hey, Bobby. Really? Really?
So let me go back
Hey,
to,
Beans.
the choices that you have, because again, there's no doubt in anybody's mind what happened that day. There's no doubt that you were involved
Make sure you guys hit the like button so I can get in the all the rhythms, please. And thank you.
that day that Travis died.
Listen, I know that I wasn't involved in Travis's death.
Okay.
So you see her body language has changed. She was sitting up when she was able to ramble on and portray herself as this sweet, loving person, and how much she misses Travis, and she cries at night because she misses him so much, and the service is this and the service is that. And then when the detective says, "We know you did it, Jodi, and we want to get your story," she shuts back down again and she puts up the defensive posture.
And
But hold on, what you need to decide is, do you want to be portrayed as that cold-blooded killer?
oh, that's what I was getting at.
Or do you want to be portrayed as somebody that was taken advantage of and, things just one thing led to another? You thought your relationship was headed in one direction and it wasn't, or, I don't know exactly the circumstances because I wasn't there. But I would certainly think that it's to your benefit to appear as this is something that just happened. You didn't plan it. It was a heated moment, and you didn't mean to hurt him. Because you didn't mean to hurt him, did you?
I've hurt him very much emotionally, and I never meant to hurt him.
Okay.
He said that
So,
I hurt him more than
You saw how she danced around that question? I hurt him emotionally. No, you did more than that. I'm about to call her Leviticus. You did more than that, Jodi. You hurt him a whole hell of a lot more than emotionally.
the death of his father.
And I believe that. How are you going to come clean with yourself? Between you and God, if you can't even look his family in the face and show remorse.
She's gonna say,
I don't
God knows my
think
heart.
that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant any of this to happen. I think that things got out of control and you didn't know what to do and you panicked. And I would certainly like your parents to see that, your friends to see that, instead of the cold hearted killer that the evidence is screaming to show. And this is, at a certain point, you gotta do what's right. You know, you gotta make things right for yourself, because otherwise it's going to eat inside of you. You're going to be sitting in that cell with all of this churning inside of you, and it's going to eat you up. And just because I'm a cop doesn't mean that I don't care, about humanity and people.
Humanity.
I'm not sitting here judging you. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to give you a chance to make things right. Show the families that you do have some remorse. I'll apologize for the things that you've done if that's what makes you feel better, whatever it is. But when you continue to deny when it's obvious that that's not the case, you appear to be the cold-blooded killer.
And she is.
And the media is going to feed off of that. When this goes to trial, the media is there. It's not kept secret. Do you want to be out there and like the O.J. Simpsons? Because nobody felt sorry for him. Nobody respected him afterwards, even though he maintained his innocence. How do you want to be portrayed? Do you want to be portrayed as the person that you are, a decent person?
A decent person.
Had some tough times and just didn't make the right choices at the time. Or do you want to be portrayed as a person that doesn't care about anybody or anything?
Who she really is.
Of course I don't want to be portrayed as a cold-blooded murderer.
It's bad for her image.
I believe that. I believe that everybody wants to tell the truth, because to keep that lie in tears you up emotionally, physically, mentally. I see that over and over and over again with people. And I believe that you don't want to be portrayed in the negative light that I've already... And I'm not making that stuff up. I mean, that's just reality, Jodi. That's the way our society works. That's the way this world works. And things are going to start moving real fast here for you. This is kind of a pause, before things, start getting heavy. This is your opportunity to help yourself out. When the jury looks at it, those are the things that they're going to be mulling around in their mind.
Let me just correct that. This is the opportunity for her to continue to incriminate herself, because she still is talking without speaking to an attorney. And these interviews is what messed her up. Well, outside of, her leaving her palm print and blood on his wall, but
When they decide what type of sentence to hand out, or when they make a recommendation to the judge, those are the sorts of things that turn a jury. And the juries sometimes can be fickle, but I've never seen a case with so much concrete, hard evidence. We don't need you to tell us anything. I'm doing this for you. Arizona's case goes no matter what. They've got a rock solid case. So what you say is basically irrelevant to their case. Not irrelevant, but it's not going to make it any better for them. But it certainly can help you out.
How can it help me? I mean, how can what I tell you today affect the media?
Um,
Interesting she asked that question about the media.
you take control of the situation as much as you can and paint whatever kind of picture you want to paint of yourself. Nobody's going to believe that you didn't do it after they see the evidence. It's just, it is what it is. But it's a matter of, do you want to take control of your situation and paint the picture of who you are, because you're the only one that knows that? Or do you want the media to take the evidence, all of the facts and the information, and paint their own picture of you? And as smart as you are, you know as well as I do that the media doesn't like to paint warm and fuzzy pictures. They would much rather paint the vicious, cold-blooded killer, because that sells.
I wish she would quit calling this girl smart. This girl literally took a picture of herself slashing someone's throat and has her blood on the wall. That's not smart. That's the opposite of smart.
Am I right? So, do you want to control your situation, paint your own picture? Or do you want to let somebody else do that for you?
I don't feel like I have any control over what the media says anyway.
Well, you do to a certain degree. You can have the opportunity to tell your side of the story. You know, was it a matter of, like I said, this guy Travis building some sort of what you thought was some sort of relationship? You know, were you hoping for marriage? Because I've heard a lot of talk about, you know, possibilities of marriage, and I know that that is, you know, a cornerstone of your faith is marriage and family. Is this something that you were hoping for? Was he leading you down that path? You know, did he take advantage of you? Um, were there promises made that were broken? Did he betray your trust in some way? I don't know. Only you know that. But certainly, if that was the situation, they would look at you in a better light than if you just went in there and just killed the guy just because you're a cold-hearted person. You know, the reasons why are what's going to give you better portrayal, a better light that you're portrayed in. That's why the reasons why are so important to you, and that's how you can take control. When you leave, you know, Siskiyou County and go back to Arizona, which eventually you will, whether you fight the extradition or not, that's just kind of a
An inevitability.
yeah. It's going to happen eventually. You're not going to have the opportunity to do this again. And I'm certainly, not going back to Arizona. I won't have the opportunity, and the shot will be gone.
What is your role, though? I mean, you're a detective.
Mm-hmm. This is our jurisdiction. It's our county. So, part of this investigation, if you will, is on us.
So Jodi is trying to ascertain what is this woman's role, because remember, she doesn't respond to women. So why is this woman talking to me, and who is she, and will I have to see her again? Is what she's probably thinking.
Um, so I've taken an interest in this case. I saw you and I read all this information, and I'm like, man, she's not the typical person that we see in here.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Not personal questions. I understand they took some of my stuff yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want y'all to hear what her focus is on. not on her predicament and her plight, and on Travis. Listen to what she's on, what she's talking about.
Where does all that go? Does it go to Arizona?
It'll be transferred to Arizona. It's held in evidence. There's a list of everything that was taken, and a copy of that was left at each
location.
At each
And
location.
it was a carbon copy, so my parents couldn't read it all. My grandparents couldn't read everything. They told me some of the things, and some of the things were like on camera, for example, which is fine. I understand that. My concern is other people. For example, I'm a wedding photographer, and I just did a wedding on Friday, and I feel bad for Brian and his wife Katie because those are their wedding pictures. That's all they have for their wedding.
This idiot is crying over pictures, or pretend crying, I should say, over pictures. She showed more emotion over the pictures than anything else.
And I just want to know when they'll be able to get their wedding pictures.
I don't know when. I don't know how, this could go on for
That's
quite a
the
while.
only thing they have to remember the day.
They're not going to destroy the wedding pictures. They're not going to get rid of them or anything like that.
And I just take pride in my work, and I guess, I'm not going to have a chance to edit them and make them really beautiful. Like, they already turned out really good, but, like Photoshop, I just do all kinds of neat effects, and they turn out like magic. And so that won't be the case this time, but at least the hard files are there for them. And, if they're not going to get them forever and ever, it's going to suck for them, but as long as they get them eventually.
They'll get them eventually.
And also
I think that, go ahead.
My sister, I don't know what her problem is. I mean, she's far less messed up than I am, I guess, but she's in a program right now in Klamath Falls for till the end of August, rehabilitating from something. And my mom, we write her. We only get to talk to her once a week, and my mom was going to send pictures because I have on my external drive. I have a bunch of pictures of her and I that we just were doing this with, just taking pictures of each other on her prom night, because I helped her do her hair, and I helped her, just take pictures, and then I dropped her off, and she just wanted some of those to have. She's all done up glamorous, and she's like, I can't remember what I look like without makeup. And I did a photo shoot with my little brother last week, and they turned out really good, and she wanted those pictures too. She doesn't have access to any of them now. Those are all family treasures. And I did that, of course, because it's for them, and it's, but I would have made her a CD, but my CD-ROM just wasn't working right. And I just didn't get around to making it because I didn't have the proper tools to do it. And she just wants those to mail to Angela.
Well, see, these are the sorts of things that, paint the picture of a good, decent person where things just went a little wrong. You showing so much concern and care.
Do you know what happened to my journals too?
I wasn't there when
I know they said they took one. I don't know if they took my other ones.
Where were your other ones at?
In my fireproof safe.
Okay. I'm not sure. They have a hard copy, an actual copy, original copy.
If you want my journals, it documents the entire time starting from when I moved to Arizona up until 2 or 3 days ago.
Where's that safe at? Is that
it's
at your?
Under my bed. They said they looked through it.
Okay. Well, then, if there was anything,
I don't know if they felt it was relevant,
necessary.
But
I'm
sure Travis got a lot of ink in my journals. I don't know. It doesn't matter now because I know you guys think what you think, but
it's not
I know you guys think what you think. So she's still holding on to the lie that she wasn't there. Well, hold on. It's going to change in a little while, but yeah, she's still holding on to the lie right now. You think what you think.
The job of the detectives, any detective, is to determine, what happened, whether a person, is there evidence that would clear you, evidence that would convict you, etc. We're totally neutral going in. And it's not a matter of, our opinion and what we think. It's a matter of taking a look at all of the evidence and knowing. And, I think you're not grasping the reality of this situation. And hearing, what your concerns are, you should be concerned for yourself right now. You should be fighting for yourself. This is not going to go away anytime soon for you, Jodi. You're a young woman, just starting your life. You had a lot going for you. You should be fighting for yourself right now.
There's really nothing to fight for. If I fight, it just makes me look worse.
If you fight,
and if I give you some false confession, that just makes it look just as bad.
No,
so
we
there's
don't.
Really nothing.
We don't want a false confession. That's absolutely not what anybody ever wants, ever. I was just hoping to give you the opportunity to show the world, to show the community, to show the jury, to show Travis's family that you do have a heart, that you do care, that you are a good person. And maybe things went askew that day. I'm giving you scenarios with what happened that day because I wasn't there. I don't know, the emotions that led up to it. There was obviously a lot of emotion. That's very clear. There was a lot of emotion that day in what happened. And so I'm trying, it's kind of like pulling teeth here. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to help yourself, to show the world, to show the community, to show Travis's family that you do have remorse, that you are a good person. And that doesn't benefit me in any way. I get no benefit out of this. My job pays the same whether I'm sitting here or at home, whatever. I was trying to give you that opportunity. And I asked if I could talk to you today to do that. Makes no difference to me, not personally, but it sure can make a difference for you. And you let this eat at you, and it's going to destroy you or change you in a way that you wouldn't want. And it comes a time in somebody's life, there's always a pinnacle in somebody's life where you have the opportunity to define who you are. Do you want the murder of Travis to define who you are? Or do you want to take control of that and do it yourself? Everybody makes mistakes, some bigger than others. And I think this is the time in your life. I'm trying to tell you, this is the time, Jodi. This is the time to take control more than you've ever done before. And at least show the people that you love and care about that you have remorse and that you have a heart. Because when they sit there and they see somebody that's just stone cold and saying they didn't do it when it's clear to everybody that you did, that's what they're going to see, as a stone cold person. This is your opportunity to change that. You can't change what happened. You can't go back and undo it. It's a done deal. But hopefully you're smart enough to realize that you can have a little bit of control of how you're portrayed. I don't think that you're a bad person. I don't think that you meant to hurt him. I think that you really cared about him and that you loved him. And that's why there was so much emotion in that day. I'm not sure of the circumstances, the conversations that led up to it. I can only see the result. I think that things got a little heated. You were angry or upset or disappointed, betrayed, whatever the emotion was, and things got out of control.
We both have betrayed each other, but it was so long ago, you know. The last time we even talked about marriage on a serious level was when we were still dating over a year ago. And the last time he proposed to me once, he proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't always serious. He just kind of said it, marry me, as a joke.
And how did that make you feel when he said marry me as a joke? I mean, did you want it?
Not after we had broken up. It was kind of like laughs. Like, it's really kind that he would joke like that. We would laugh, and I took it as a compliment because it's when I did something that maybe in his eyes he saw me as a good person. And so, wow, this is a good girl, marry me. But it was more of a compliment. It wasn't a serious proposal. So marriage, as much as I love Travis, I just have always, there's something inside that says he's not the guy you're going to marry.
So then what was it? What was it that led up to all of this? I mean, there's got to be something. So I honestly don't believe that, that you're cold-hearted and you would just go and just, kill somebody on a whim. That doesn't fit your profile. So what was it that led up to that? You tell me. You tell them. You tell, Travis's family. What was it that,
See, she shut her down again. She was telling all about, oh, we're gonna get married, and he proposed to me, and da 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 da. She was doing all that talking, and then she said, "Well, it's hard to believe that you're that cold-hearted person that would kill somebody. Um, what made you do it?" And she shuts down again.
pushed you to your limit? I'm just trying to fill in the holes there, and just kind of guessing about the emotions. What was it that would make you, so angry or upset? And if you're smart, you'll realize that,
She's not smart. Quit saying that.
you're not going to get a whole lot of other chances to do this. Probably none. Once the wheels start turning, they move real fast. And you will be out of control then. You won't have control over your destiny, so to speak. What about your spirituality and your beliefs with God? If
Jodi's alleged spirituality was converting to Mormonism in order to get the dick that she killed. So you can quit talking about her spirituality.
you continue to lie to yourself and all of us, that's one thing. But God knows. He knows what's in your heart. Doesn't the Mormon religion want you to repent for what you've done? I'm a spiritual person myself, and I don't think that I would want that, inside of me. I wouldn't want all of the ugliness of the lies inside of me. And I'm not going to sit here all day, and try to convince you to do something for yourself if you're not willing to help yourself. But I just wanted to give you that chance this morning. It's clear, it's crystal clear to anybody who looks at this case. There is no doubt in my mind, there's no doubt in any of the investigators' mind that you are the person responsible for Travis's death. It's just a matter of, how do you want to portray yourself now, Jodi? Are you the cold-blooded killer, or are you a victim of circumstance? Was it in the heat of passion, or was it calculated and planned out and executed? Which one is it going to be? That's how you can control things for yourself right now.
She can control herself in the electric chair by running her mouth.
I don't think you're the type of person that can sit there during a trial and see Travis's family sitting over there and continue to maintain that lie in yourself without it tearing you up.
No, she'll just manufacture a new lie at
I
trial.
don't think I could either.
You have an opportunity. You can't bring him back. You can't bring his life back. But you can at least make things right within yourself. And that ultimately is going to probably help out your situation. Nobody wants to believe, even, your friends, I'm sure. I haven't talked to any of your friends, but I know that your family doesn't want to believe that you're that person. Help them understand what happened and
I think
why,
this detective is agitating Jodi too, because
so that
she's annoying as hell.
they're not stuck with that image of you.
The only image they're going to be stuck with is Jodi in a big orange suit.
Yeah, but does Jodi have a heart, or is it cold and ice?
They know it's not what my heart is like. They raised me. They've lived around me forever.
How about the rest of the people that just know you as far as an image, that doesn't know you personally? Do you care about that?
I care.
How about Travis's family?
I care very much about Travis's family, and I can't alter the way they think. They hate me regardless.
It's true that they're feeling.
The thing I hate the most about her, okay, I think I hate the most about her is this self-deprecating um air that she puts on. Well, you guys think about me the way you think about me. Oh, they're gonna hate me regardless. Oh, it doesn't matter what I think, it's what other people think. I hate that about her. It's so annoying. It's so fake.
Feelings are probably always going to be negative about you. You took their son's life. They can never get over
I
that.
want to take Travis's life.
It's clear to everybody what happened. But I was hoping that you were smart enough to realize the situation, the reality of the situation, and wanted to help yourself out. Whether you want to maintain the charade, which isn't going to get you anywhere, or whether you want to do the right thing. You're the one that's got to live with yourself, you know. You're the one that's got to look those people in the eye.
I have one more question. It's not that I haven't been listening to what you're saying. It's unrelated.
Time to
When
deflect.
they took my purse, I had $240 in cash, and from what I understand, this thing over in the jail, you can have money on your books so that you can get things like shampoo or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't know what I would even need there. But what happens to my cash? My money?
Well, it's first of all, they count it all out and document it, so there's no question of what was there. I don't know what the procedure
I know
is.
it's not really, maybe it's not your area or your responsibility, but who do I talk to about that? Because my parents don't have money to just keep doling out and making collect calls there all the time or whatever. So
Well, I can certainly talk with the detectives and put in a request for you, and I'll do that. I don't go back on my words. And I don't know how much longer you want to sit here and listen to me talking, but I was hoping to kind of drill something into your head and wake you up and show you how you can help yourself.
maybe you're giving me more credit than I deserve for being smart.
I don't think
But
so.
I just don't see how any of that could help.
There she goes. That's self-deprecation. Phony.
What if it could? Wouldn't you want to do everything you could to help yourself?
I don't. I think that my situation is hopeless, and I don't think that I can help myself.
Be sorry to me. Are you sorry for what happened to him?
Of course I am. That's awful what happened to him. He
Did you
didn't
ever
show
think-
me any pictures, but he showed me the carpet.
It was pretty horrific.
You know, Travis was very strong. I watched him work out a couple of times. It's super intense. My dad has worked out all my life. He's been bodybuilder, sort of, not professional. It's just always been really big. And I've seen him work out, but I've never seen anyone work out like Travis. And he's just, a couple times he was really into UFC, and a couple times he would show me some wrestling moves, and I was just powerless. There's no way out of it.
Well, I tell you what.
Deflection
I'm gonna
again.
take, a break for a couple of minutes. I see you still got some water. I was going to give you some more water.
Yeah, if you could bring one more, that'd be nice.
Take a minute just to think about what I said, and I'll leave you alone while I do that.
Oh, there she's doing her weird moving around thing again. Let me speed this on along.
Just more water. Jodi, I'm really confused.
So the detective is getting irritated now. She tired of this.
Maybe I did have a wrong picture of you.
Ah,
You know,
new tactic.
all of this time that you and I have been talking, and I got information from your other interview, you are talking about insignificant things at this point. You're talking about money, you're talking about material things, you're talking about everything but.
I'm just talking
You're
about
talking
things
about
that
just
affect the people I care about.
You're talking about everything but how bad you feel about Travis. You only respond to my questions.
If I murdered
Specifically
Travis,
about
I would be
Travis.
very remorseful.
I think that I've gotten the wrong picture of you. I think that, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you are that cold-blooded person that they're trying to portray. And, I'm just really confused. At this point, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything that you can do to help yourself.
Ah,
Maybe I was wrong.
good old reverse psychology. If those of you who've had experience raising children or trying to train a pet, reverse psychology doesn't work.
Maybe you're not as intelligent as I thought you were. Maybe I was wrong. What do you think should happen to the person that murdered Travis?
I've never been one for an eye for an eye, but they took his life, and even the Book of Mormon says that that calls for the life of the person that took his life.
Do you think that's the path that you're going down right now, and it's inevitable? So why fight it?
Not sure, kind of, but I'm not sure. I don't know where I'm going.
So tell me this. After looking at all the evidence and what I think is crystal clear, if you didn't kill Travis, then who did?
He was private about a lot of aspects of his life.
Mm-hmm.
He told me some things. Some things I got from some of his, Facebook account, email account or MySpace or whatever, because I had the passwords to those. But I don't know, like, occasionally he would get solicitations, but he would always respond, not to answer the solicitation, but to kind of call the person out. And I don't know if anything ever came of those. I don't know. I know his tires were slashed. I don't know.
Maybe you weren't the person that did it. Maybe you just were physically there when it happened and somebody else did it. I mean, I guess, that's a possibility. If that's the case, help us out here. Help yourself out. I don't know what else to do for you here, Jodi. I'm kind of at the end of my rope. You're not going to get a whole lot of people that are trying to help you out along the way beyond this point. If you didn't do it, then who did? Because everything is pointing to you, not just pointing to you, but, screaming that Jodi killed Travis. And I thought that I could come in here and talk to you and talk some, sense into you and get you to, kind of help yourself out. You don't need to help our case out. You don't need to help their case out. That's a slam dunk.
I know he showed me.
And what I'm hearing is somebody who doesn't give a rip about what happened. I'm hearing somebody that's worried about money, your appearance, everything about you. I don't hear anything about Travis unless you're specifically asked. How do you think that looks?
Listen, I don't care so much.
No,
about
you listen. You are not grasping the reality here, Jodi. You're worried about wedding pictures and, all this other stuff that is really insignificant.
Listen, my life is over. Travis's life is over. I'm sorry about Travis. I didn't take his life.
All right. Well, I guess I was wrong.
Keep the lie
The reason
alive,
I
Jodi.
cared about those
Keep it
other people
alive.
is because those people still have lives, and I care about those people. And they don't know where their stuff is. I happen to be in possession of their stuff, and so.
All I know is all of the innocent people that I've talked to that have been accused of a crime don't act the way that you do. And you are acting like the person that I portrayed, the ugly, cold-blooded murderer, one of the options that I portrayed. That is how you're acting. There is nothing in your actions that would indicate to me that you're the victim of circumstance. And you're going to be sorry, when you get down the road, and
I agree.
You'll probably be sorry that you didn't do the right thing. You have an opportunity to do something right here. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on, think of something, Jodi. Think of a lie.
Show me that I wasn't wrong, Jodi. Show me what's inside your heart and not what's on the exterior. Help me understand why it happened and that it wasn't cold and calculated and planned. Because that's how everything points right now. You owe that at least to Travis's family.
Here come the theatrics.
Give them some closure. Because I know, just from working with all these families that have lost loved ones, that they're not struggling with who did it, they're struggling with why.
That's what I've been struggling with.
Do you not understand why you did it yourself, maybe? Is it something that, is it a part of you that came forth that you've never seen before? I don't know. I know Travis's family is struggling with why, and that would be the one thing that would give them closure. They may never like you, but I think that they would be appreciative of why their son's life was taken. You can't give them their son back, but you can at least give them the peace of mind as to why.
She's just completely shut down. There's
I know if it was
nothing going on. She's
my
just shut
child,
down completely.
that's what I would want. And I know that you're not a mother, but all women have those mothering instincts within them. And I think that you can understand that, what I'm saying. And that's why you're hanging your head right now. Was I off base, Jodi?
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose one of my brothers.
Wouldn't you want to know why you lost one of your brothers? I've never met them. I can't speak for them. But I would bet, my paycheck, that that's what they're wondering right now. And you can at least show that you have a soul, that you have a heart, that you understand that need in them and do something for somebody else besides yourself. That's the least that you can do for them right now, is give them an answer. Tell them why. That's how you can control something that's happening in your life right now. Because you have all the power there. It's a gift that you can give that family. Tell them why. Use me as the voice to tell them why.
I just don't know why.
Did one thing lead to another and it just got out of hand? And it's unexplainable even in your mind? Or did you have it all planned out? Was he roughing you up and you just couldn't take it anymore? Was he being violent on his part?
He was only that way a couple times. It was before I moved.
Queen of deflection.
And people I had bruises and stuff, but people were like, "Oh, is Travis beating you up?" And we're like, "Ha ha ha." And he got mad because I wore a short sleeve shirt, but it was like 100 degrees outside.
So this isn't the perfect picture of a relationship,
No,
that
it
you've
was
been
very
through?
rocky. I've never once denied that we had our challenges. That he's said several choice words to me that weren't nice, and but he's not the only person that's ever done that. My own father has done that.
Yeah.
Other women and men have done that to me, and other boyfriends.
But you didn't kill them. You didn't get pushed to the point where, you couldn't take it anymore. That's what we're trying to understand. That's why. Either way, those detectives in Arizona have their case made. But the least you can do for that family is give them an answer. I'm not saying portray Travis as this ugly, horrible person, because, I don't know that that's the right thing to do either. But at least let them know that it was a two-way street and it wasn't all your fault. Or, like I said, maybe I'm wrong and maybe it was. Maybe you did plan it from day one and carried it out. If his mom and dad were sitting here right now, what would you say to them?
I would tell them I'm very sorry. Before Travis, I've never lost anyone that's close to me.
If they asked you why it happened, what would you say to them?
I don't have an answer. I don't know why he was killed. I don't know why. I don't know why.
All right. Maybe you can't understand why, but what led up to it? What would you say to them? Because that would help them with the why. If you're struggling with the why within yourself, then what led up to it? How could you explain to his mom and dad what led up to it that would help them understand?
I'm sorry.
Are you saying that to me or are you saying that to his family?
To everybody, to his family, to my family, to Travis, to God.
Then if you truly are sorry, Jodi, clear your conscience and give them an understanding of what led up to it. Don't paint yourself as the cold-blooded person that they'll be left with unless you give them an understanding. I don't want to believe that I was wrong about you.
She's working overtime.
Could you be clear as I could use?
Sure. I'll be right back. That's what we have is toilet paper.
Oh, child.
I can see that your tears are real. That obviously is nothing that you can fake.
You know, Travis told me that my tears mean nothing. I said that one time when we were fighting.
How did that make you feel?
Well, I knew they were real, so that's all that mattered. It just made me, I don't know, it was weird because sometimes he just seemed to have no emotional understanding or depth, and then other times he could move himself to cry like that if he wanted to, or if he was on stage, it made him, help his speech or whatever. But those were things that he felt deeply about, So we're all different. We all express our emotions differently, and I realized that.
Did he know how to push your buttons?
We knew how to push each other's buttons. I could make him mad in 5 seconds. It's not my favorite pastime or anything, but I just knew how to do that, and he knew how to make me cry in 5 seconds. So I think his emotional expression was anger, and mine was just sadness, I guess.
So she's already trying to establish this abuse. She probably hadn't thought of it clearly yet, but she said that her emotional expressions was always sadness and his was anger. So again, we're blaming Travis for his own murder implicitly.
Is that what happened? Did he push your buttons or you push his buttons? Is that what triggered this whole thing?
No.
Because looking at the pictures, it looked like that, you guys were engaged in some sort of intimate moment between the two of you. It didn't look like it was all going bad. It looked like, something happened real quick. And that's the understanding that I was talking about that you could give to the family. Maybe you don't know why, and I understand, that's a pretty deep philosophical thing that you'll be, struggling with within yourself. I'm guessing. But the factual things that led up to it. And then, people can draw their own conclusions from there. But sitting there silent and not saying anything makes you look like a horrible person. I mean, obviously, you've had other relationships with, ups and downs that never drove you to that point.
It was
So-
far worse than Travis.
So what was it? What was it with Travis that set you off to such a degree? I understand that you're a very private person. Everybody has said that, and that's glaringly apparent. But all your business is going to be out in the open right now. So there's really nothing to hide from anymore. You know what I mean?
How is it as private as Travis?
Are you worried about his reputation? Is that what you're trying to protect here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned to an extent. I wanted, I would rather everyone didn't know that he was, that we were both violating certain chastity laws continually. It's a very big deal in the church.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that his bishop knows. He keeps everything private. And, I don't know if you're familiar with our faith, but Travis has another bishop now, in the next life. He's working through those things. So he's got his own path. I don't want his family to, I don't know, I don't think all of his family share his faith, or if they do, they're not as involved deeply as he was. So I don't know how they would feel. I'm sure they don't care. They just want to know why. Can't imagine what they're going through.
So, I mean, at least on some level you can understand what's going on in their head. The why. The why is what we've been talking about. Was this a situation where you guys were involved in an intimate exchange and things got too rough? Is that why the secrecy and the privacy with me today? Then what's keeping you from unloading your burden? Is it your own pride? And do you think at this point that your pride matters more than Travis's family's grief?
No, she just hasn't thought up an adequate lie yet. She's still working at the details. That's why she keeps putting her head down. She's thinking, how can I get out of this?
What if they don't have a faith base like Travis did? And what if they don't have a spirituality to fall back on to help them through this process? Some people can deal with it better when they have their own spiritual roots that they can dig down and hold on to. What if they don't have that? What if they're in more turmoil than somebody who did have a faith base? Wouldn't you want to help them out? I mean, you tell me that you're sorry.
If I could, I would help them in a heartbeat.
Well, you know that you can't bring him back. But you can help them understand. And no matter what you say, it's not gonna it's not going to change their love for their son. It's not going to make them dislike their son no matter what happened. But at least they'll have closure. At least they'll have closure. If you're not going to do it for yourself, at least do it for them. If you've already resigned to the fact that your situation is hopeless, why wouldn't you do that for them?
That's a good question. I think I will. Yeah, use the restroom.
Sure. You understand that I have to go in there with you?
It's fine.
Okay.
Not really. Right.
I'll go this way, all the way down into the road.
Okay, let me speak this on. I'm tired of this heifer. I want to get to the dude.
Bye. And I don't think that you're going to feel good about yourself until you unburden yourself and give the family some closure.
Speak this on alone.
How is seeing those pictures again going to help you?
Okay, so I think I passed fast forward past it, but Jody just asked to see the pictures. So the detective is doing her. You need to unburden yourself, and we don't want people to think that you're a cold-hearted killer. And so Jody asks very pointedly, "Can I see those pictures again?" Because she is trying to concoct a story that is going to match the forensic evidence. But she, of course, doesn't remember what she did on the crime unit during the crime scene. So she has to go. She wants to look at the pictures so she can get her story straight.
I just thought maybe it would help me piece a few things together.
Hey, Andrea.
What is it that you're trying to piece together?
I don't know. There's also a bit of morbid curiosity, I think.
She's back with that morbid curiosity crap.
I just want to see pictures of him. He showed me a good picture of him yesterday.
Is it the one with him in the shower?
Yeah, he had water all over his face.
You took a nice picture of him.
He would never let me take pictures of him in the shower. He was, despite our intimacy, he was really private about his showers. Like he had a room. I don't think you've seen the room, but it was here. There's double doors here leading into the room, walk-in closet here, and a hallway, sort of short hall here that went this way. And there was a bathtub here, a shower here, and a bathroom here, full enclosure. And so if he was taking a shower, you couldn't see if you were in the bedroom unless you walked down the hall. And I never went in the bathroom when he would shower because he was just private about it. You know, it's not like we were a married couple ever. We had a time when we did something, and then after that, it was, we weren't a couple. So
Are you saying that those pictures were taken without his consent?
I'm just saying that whoever took those pictures must have. I mean, it's hard to imagine because I got pictures of him once shaving, and then he was already weird about that.
Well, Jodi, when you say things like that, it's obvious to me that you don't want to do the right thing for the family. You don't want to unburden yourself. You don't want to give them closure. And you're jerking my chain because there's no doubt, and I've already told you, there's no doubt in my mind or anybody else's mind that you were responsible for his death. And I don't appreciate my chain being jerked. I don't appreciate you thinking that I'm some sort of fool.
Well, the detective said he has pictures of me.
Mm-hmm. I've seen those pictures. They were taken the same day.
Well, certainly not the same time.
Within the same time frame. And to tell you the truth, I think that I think I've done all I can here. I was hoping to, be able to relay some sort of information or message to the family because they deserve it. And, you have the power there. You have the control. You're the only one that can give that. And I'm tired of playing games. I'm tired of skirting around it. And I guess I just leave here today and leave them with the image that they have of you. I don't know what else. There's nothing else that I can do. I thought that it would be easier for you to talk to a woman, especially about this was a very intimate incident, and it would be easier to say what you need to say to a woman. Sometimes it is.
Hey, Vicky.
It's not as threatening. But unless you're willing to give me something to help you with, and I can help you, walk down that path and remember those details, then I can't do anything for you. And you need to decide whether you're going to give that family closure or leave them with the picture that they have of you. And
I promise, guys, it's going to get interesting very soon. I promise. Because this woman is a snooze fest.
wondering why their son died. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's what you need to decide. After today, things are going to go so fast for you. You're going to be totally out of control of the situation. The wheels of justice will start turning. And I can see that you want to do that. That's clear. I can see that. I understand that you're afraid.
Hey,
and
Tresca.
that you're horrified about that person within you that could do something like that. But it happened, and it's a done deal, and you did. At least you can do is tell the family how it happened so they can understand why. Are you going to do that for them today or not?
I'd like to.
Then what's holding
I'd
you
like
back?
to begin some I don't know. Because I don't know what to say to them.
Well, let's throw a few things out. You said you were sorry.
Sorry seems so meaningless. Of course I'm sorry.
Unless you back it up with something else as to why you're sorry. You're right.
Hard being damsel in distress with another damsel.
Give them something, Jodi. I mean, did you guys get into an argument that day? Was there some sort of fight? I mean, help them understand. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, do you think you're going to get this opportunity again to sit down and just have a free-form discussion?
Oh, probably not. Unless it's with the lawyers. When you say freeform, you mean like in this room?
Yeah, just exchanging, communicating. There's not going to be any situation or place that's going to make it any easier for you. This is as good as it gets for you right now.
Yesterday, Detective Flores asked me if I wanted to see those pictures, and I told him no.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's going to help you?
I don't know.
Well, I tell you what, let me check.
So she wants the pictures, and she wants to talk to Detective Flores. That's the guy. Oh crap!
And if you think you're feeling grief over this whole incident, think about how they feel. I had them put in a call, so I'll go see if he's.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stall or anything, but I've got to go to the bathroom again. Can we go?
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, so they're gonna get Detective Flores to come.
Well, Rachel called me and told me that you wanted to talk to me.
She comes alive now.
I was just on the phone with Travis's sister. And I told her I
Which
took
sister?
it. Smith.
What'd she say?
She has a million and one questions. More questions now than she had before. And I don't have anything to give her. Part of it because I can't give certain information yet, but the other bit is because I don't have a lot of information. I need more information. Are you doing okay?
It doesn't matter how I'm doing.
There she
It does
goes.
to me. It
Thank
does.
you, but it doesn't matter.
There she goes. Damsel in
I've always
distress.
been completely honest with you, and I wish that you could be honest with me.
What matters is how his family is doing. And
Yeah.
of course, I care about how my family's doing, just because I'm the person here that everyone thinks is the bad guy. It doesn't mean that my family had anything to do with anything, and it doesn't mean that they were responsible for anything or that they should suffer at all. And of course, I feel his family. You know, I don't know them as well, or I don't even know them at all, except for his grandmother.
You know, I told you yesterday, I've been doing this for a long time, and you're absolutely right. You know, the person's family who was hurt, they're obviously hurting. But there's a second family that hurts as well. And in this case, it's your family. Your brothers, your sister, your mom, your dad.
I just wish they wouldn't hurt. 'Cause it would be so much easier for me. Not that I deserve to have it easy, but
I don't think you're ever going to be able to take that away from them. I think they're always going to hurt. Now, the only thing that can solve that is time.
you're right about that.
Rachel said something about you wanting to see some photos, but I don't think I can show you any more photos.
Why not?
Not just, I don't like doing that because something might happen to you. You might, first off, it's not something I do.
The reason I asked was because I just feel like it might help me piece some things together. And
So she wants the pictures to help her piece some things together, i.e., I need to get my evidence and my story to line up.
this is more of a selfish reason. I think it might give me some sense of closure. I know it's kind of morbid. I don't even think I really deserve closure. His family does, but I wasn't able to attend his funeral. And it's just, I don't know, that's just why. Mostly.
What is it you want to know about the photos? Do you want to see the room? Do you want to see the bathroom, or do you want to see him? Or is it the photos before it happened that you want to see?
I think the photos of after everything.
I won't show you those. I won't, and not in good conscience. I can't do that.
Hey, Grandma.
Is there any that you can?
No. I can't do that.
the ones of before. I mean, I've seen plenty of those kinds of photos.
If you want, I can describe stuff for you.
Okay.
Because I was there. And those photos will never leave my head. I'm sure they'll never leave yours either. And one thing you got to remember is that by the time he was found, the images that you saw were different than the ones that I saw. Things change over time. His body changes after time. We had a difficult time identifying who he was by the time we got there. He wasn't the same person.
Yeah, Travis was like he was starting the
So that's why I
mummification
don't want to
process.
show you photos.
What about photos of just the room with him not in it? I don't know. Maybe it's just-
I don't have him with me here, but as soon as I get a hold of him, another detective has him right now. What is it you can tell me about that day?
Really not much. Everything's kind of
Was he expecting you to show up that day?
Okay, y'all. Now remember, she said she wasn't there. That was the initial story.
He wanted me to come.
But you didn't want to.
I told him I was going to Utah.
Why did you decide to go then?
I didn't really. I was going to Utah.
Killing it off.
Well, this one has a full battery.
You can leave it off. Just me and you.
Just me and you.
I know that you talked to his family and
Every day. They can't believe it. I called him yesterday and told him. They just can't believe it.
who did you talk to?
Talked to both his, actually talked to his brother Stephen first. And Samantha, I left her a message. She was off on vacation. And his other two brothers, was it Gary? And I didn't talk to the other brother, Gary, I talked to.
Mike, that's his uncle.
He was going to call his other brother and his other sister. And I was planning on calling his aunt. She lives back in the Midwest today.
Which aunt?
I can't remember her name.
Renee?
It's another aunt.
Did you talk to his grandmother?
Stephen said he was going to take care of that. And if she had any questions, that she could give me a call. And she's been so upset. She hasn't been able to call me yet. Is there something that you want me to tell them?
The things that keep coming to my mind wouldn't help them at all. Wouldn't comfort them. It wouldn't just be cliched, meaningless words.
I'll let you decide what to say. And I'll relay it exactly how you want me to.
I have an an unrelated question real quick.
Sure.
And it's not, I mean, Detective Lady said that she doesn't like me asking them because it makes me look like I'm concerned about trivial things, but I'm only asking because it concerns other people that I care about. And
It's understandable.
if I could just know so I could tell them if I ever talk to them again or relay a message or call them. On last Friday, I had a wedding, and
Just the camera?
yeah, and the only place that those photos are on my external drive and on the camera card. And,
It'll be a while before we get those back.
okay, but if they can just get to the right person, because that's the only thing they have for their wedding.
I'll be absolutely positive to give those to the right people.
I was gonna edit them
Be
and
assured.
make them look really nice, but he's
You know, they can probably take them and edit the pictures. But who are those two people
Oh,
those pictures belong to?
Brian Neiman
Okay,
is his name.
all right. Yeah, talking to your mom, I think she mentioned something about that.
And also on my external drive as well, maybe my computer and hard drive too, there were pictures of my little sister and I. And for whatever reason, she's in some kind of rehab program right now.
New photos?
Yeah, well, pretty recent ones that she had of her prom night and of her and I that we were just goofing off. So they're her and I together.
So we're back talking about
My mom was
pictures.
going to send those, and also my little brother. She was going to send some of those, and even if she doesn't send them, she wants them. So I mean, I kind of took them for her, so they sort of
I
belong to
understand.
her.
I mean, you're worried about other people right now.
And
But you also need to understand that these people, right now, that stuff is not important to them. So, I mean, that's
Well,
good of you. I mean, you're
mean-
thinking of them, but they're not thinking about pictures. They're not thinking about stuff like that.
well, I
They're
know,
worried about you.
Eventually, they're going to want those. I know
I
that
know.
she would want those. And did you also take my journals?
Yes.
All three of them?
So,
Are you going to keep that forever?
no. I'd like to return them to you someday.
I just, well, I'm probably not going to get anything back. But I know that my mom made a mention of saying that she likes the way I write and she's always wanting to know my business. So, I mean, that
That's
would be,
something you want me to get to her?
I wouldn't mind if you did. It's something I wouldn't want her to read otherwise, but in this circumstance, I think she deserves to have every piece of me that she can because she's not getting any more.
Gosh, she is amazing.
You're still here with us. Not going anywhere.
Going somewhere.
Not anytime soon.
Anything she can say or do to portray the damsel in distress. She looks like a little school kid here, flirting. This is just amazing that she is trying to um talk herself out of this and and uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to use her femininity to affect the outcome of this trial or this interrogation. It's amazing.
Still be able to talk to your family. They can talk to you, and they'll be able to visit you.
Do you know what happened to my cash? I heard you can put cash on the books there, so that, or on my book or whatever it's called, so that I can
Oh my
get a few things that
gosh.
I might need in there. I don't know what it would be, but
I don't know about the situation here, but once everything gets transferred over to Phoenix, it's a different story.
so I might not see that again.
No, any cash that was there is yours. Like if you had cash in your purse, that's your money.
I also had cash in my safe.
I don't think they took any of that. I know there was mention that there was some cash that they saw and they just documented it and left it.
Anyway, I mean, no, that's not important.
No, it's
I'm
important.
just-
It's important to you, and I understand that. I mean, there's things that I would think of if I was in your situation. I'd want to take care of the people who love me and that I love, and want to make sure that everything was set. Because certain things you're not going to be able to do anymore.
Like hug my family.
No, you'll be able to.
When they come visit, it's like behind a glass, you know?
No, it's not.
It isn't here.
No, in Arizona.
They're not going to come to Arizona.
I guarantee you they'll come to Arizona and see you.
When I moved away, they never came to see me. I was gone for 10 years.
From my understanding, some of that was because of you.
I had a house with a free bedroom and a bed and a pool and everything you could want, and they never came to visit me once. It's my first home. I'm sorry, this is all stupid and it's irrelevant. I'm just saying they're not going to come to Arizona, and they shouldn't have to come to Arizona. And I don't think I want them to, anyway. So yeah, when you say there are certain things that I won't do anymore, I know that's really sinking in. Quite a bit.
You don't think your sister and your brothers will come visit you?
Yeah, sure they would.
Of course they will. You don't think your mom will come visit you? She will. Who do you think is worrying about you more right now? I think your mom and dad are worried more than anything.
I know my dad went to the hospital yesterday because he was having a panic attack. And he gets these things where they just can't get his heart rate down. And it's not, I mean, I haven't really been the cause of any of that prior. It's just happened. Yesterday I have everything to do with it. It doesn't even matter. I mean, he's had a long life. Every breath he takes right now is because of modern technology. So it's bought him a lot of time, but I'm so sorry for Travis's family.
Well, they're asking for answers. What can you give me? What do you want me to tell them? I will tell them anything that you want me to. And it's not going to solve anything for them. It's not going to fill that void curiosity, but I think at least it'll be a start. What is it you want to say? I will call her as soon as I'm done talking to you.
One thing you could say, and this has nothing to do with his death, but it's something they may want to see. 2 nights ago, it took me 5.5 hours, but I posted a 45-minute video on YouTube of him doing a training in San Bernardino.
Where did you post that?
On YouTube. If you go to YouTube, it takes some time, a couple hours to actually get it up. And, once it's they have to go through some processing thing. But if you type in Travis Alexander space systems training, so systems ' training, it should come up.
What is it?
Travis Alexander. And then a dash. It's like a space and a dash.
Space and just a dash?
Yeah, and then a systems training. Apostrophe on an S. I don't know if that makes a difference, but that's exactly what I titled it. And then his friend Chris Hughes gives about a 6.5-minute introduction to it, and then Travis gets up there and does a 30-minute training. And he talks a lot about what's in the introduction to his book. He talks about his grandfather, Vic.
He loves his grandparents.
Yeah.
He still loves his grandparents.
Yeah.
He loves his parents and his family. And you and I have similar beliefs, and we know he's okay now.
I know, and I know that he's okay, and I know he's in a good place, and I know that that doesn't make it any better here for anybody.
But There's always that but. I think he's waiting for you to give relief to other people who are still here with us. And you know you have to. You can't leave it unfinished. It's the last piece of this puzzle. And it is completely up to you, Jodi. Like I told you yesterday, I have details on how things happen. There's ways to figure out. But the biggest question that everybody always asks is why. It's the biggest question of our life.
It is.
Why are we here? Why do we suffer? Why do we go through the things that we do?
Why do we hurt each other?
The biggest reason I've ever found is for us to have happiness. We're here to
I
have
think you're right.
happiness in whatever situation that we have. No matter where we're at, who we are, and what our situation is, we can at least try to be happy. Do you want to talk about what happened that day? I've got the images in my head and I can explain whatever it is you want about what I saw when I went there. What I can't do is I can't show you pictures. What time did you get there that day? The pictures that I have, the first ones, show you they're at about 1:45 or so. Was it soon before that, or had you been there for a while already? I know his roommates are off at work during that time and don't come home till about 6:30, 7 o'clock. They don't even talk to him, really. Just seems like they just kind of rent rooms and they don't really socialize. They kind of stick to themselves, especially his new roommate.
Who was that?
Did you know his new roommate?
I knew Zach was there.
Zach and Enrique was the other one.
I think I saw Enrique at his funeral services, or in his memorial services, but I didn't meet him, or I didn't know him.
Mexican guys,
Kind of short.
quiet, kind of reserved.
His other roommates, I knew Dustin, who was, I think, in the room that shared Travis's wall. Yeah. And John Hepworth in another corner room.
But there was only Zach and Enrique there.
Yeah.
And those guys, we have all of their things as well. So, I mean, they're asking too. Zach is going through so much right now. He's like, how could we not know that he was there for days? He racks his brain. He calls me 2-3 times a week. Just goes over and over in his mind. He has no idea. And he was the one who first went into the room and found him.
He's the one. I've heard so many rumors about how that happened.
Yeah. Other friends came over looking for him, and They went into the room. There's a few of them. They came out, and you know what? They'll never be the same. When you see something like that, it's difficult, especially when it's somebody you know, somebody you love. I deal with it all the time, so it doesn't bother me as much.
You must have to remain detached quite a bit.
You know who I usually get attached to is the people I'm talking to. To you. You're the one that I'm going to remember. I'll remember him, but I didn't know him. I will remember you. I mean, we've talked so much since that day. Over the phone and here, and I'll probably talk to you.
Yes, his friends found him. He was supposed to be um, on a conference call, and then he's supposed to leave to go to Cancun with one of his female friends. He never showed up, and so after a couple of days, um, they smelled an odor upstairs, and they decided, he left his wallet and his phone, and they decided to go up to his room, and they got the key and found him dead in the shower.
Some more later when we get back to Arizona. Whenever you go, I don't know.
Still didn't hurt anybody.
I know.
I don't think I can avoid it though.
Everybody's hurting already. There's nothing else you can say or do that could help that except for maybe an explanation of why it happened and how it happened. It's not my job to have an opinion of you and your personality and your character. It's my job to sit here and talk to you and get the facts of the incident and present those to the court and whoever else needs to know. You want to try to open up and talk about what happened that day? Because I'm ready.
I do, but I don't think I'm ready. I mean, there's so much to say. I just don't.
You want to start and we can stop at any time you want. Fill in some details. This is what I do to assure that you're not just saying you did something just to cop out. Because there are certain details that only I know and the person who did this knows. Nobody else does. And I use this information to confirm what I suspected. So if you can just start and give me some details as confirmation, then that'll be fine. And if you want, we can continue at another time.
He just really wants to.
Well, then let's start. Because I know that part that really wants to is that part inside of you that is telling you to do what's right. We don't have to go over details, all the details. Why did you go there that day, Jodi? Why did you show up that morning? I have questions too. Were you going to try to convince him not to go to Mexico? Were you going to
Oh no.
try to convince him to go on a trip with you? Or
No, he would never not go to Mexico. I would never want him to not go. He was good to see Chichen Itza, and it's on the list of 1,000 places.
it's one of the things I want to do in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's an important part of our history, both in the church and as our heritage.
That's where my people come from. So why were you there that day? Please tell me. Did you just miss him? Did he call you? Did he miss you? What was it? The only other explanation I can think of is that you went there for one purpose. And that's to hurt him. And if that's the case, if that's the truth, then that's what you need to say. If you want me to call and tell his family that you're sorry and that you apologize for what happened, I can do that. Whatever you want. This is your time right now. I flew up here for a lot of different reasons, and one of them, the main reason, was to sit down with you here and talk to you about what happened. I did it yesterday. And now I'm here today. But the time is limited.
There's so many things that I want to say.
Start with one. Start with the beginning.
Y'all get ready for these lies.
Was it a last minute change from your trip to come down, down to Arizona? I bet you were going through your head. Should I just go, or should I just keep going to Utah? It's only an additional 300 miles from where you were, so. Jodi, your time's running out. I'm not going to be able to talk to you anymore. And I want to.
Yeah, she's getting ready to tell the ninja story.
Once you get into the system, I'm not going to be able to talk to you anymore. You leave so many questions unanswered for me, and for his family, and for your family. You were there that day, weren't you? Were you guys alone? Can you answer that for me? Were you guys alone?
There's so much that I just want
Answer that for me. should I be looking for somebody else? Is there anybody else with you besides you and Travis? Are you protecting somebody else?
Gonna get your line straight.
Jodi,
Get it straight in your head.
I'm sorry, I just don't know what to do.
She working out the lie.
Trying to just figure
I'm right here. I'm right in front of you. This is what you need to focus on right now. You had Rachel call me for a reason. That's why I came back here.
I had her call you about those photos. But I also thought that because you communicate with his family more regularly, I don't think she's done.
Still want the photos now.
Just don't know what to say. They deserve to have some peace.
Well, you want me to ask you a question that they've been asking me? Maybe you can answer it. Same question I've been asking you. Was there somebody else with you? That's the number one question that his whole family has been asking. What do I tell them? What do you want me to say to them? Because the only answer I can give them is, I don't have any evidence to show there was anybody else there. Well, that's another way of saying, I don't know for sure. And that's absolutely true. I don't know if somebody else was there with you. Please give me that at least. For them. You know, if there was, you don't have to say a name. It's a simple yes or no. Yes or no, Jodi? Look at me. Please. They want to know. Was somebody else there with you?
I'm just trying to think.
You keep fighting it.
What happened to me today and from here on out, if I just told you every single detail that I know, and I gave you a confession,
Nothing else changes. It just speeds up the process.
in what way? Do I go to Arizona faster?
The process in Arizona speeds up.
So if I maintain my innocence, then I stay here longer, just in the
No,
system.
you don't really stay here longer. That speeds up the process in Arizona.
Like the trial and all that jazz.
Do you want to put your family through a trial? That's another question you have to ask yourself.
No. Can Can I do it all without a trial, or does there have to be a trial?
It's something that you can discuss with the prosecutor.
Oh.
And I'm on the phone with him pretty much every day, giving him updates.
What's his name?
His name is Juan Martinez. And he's the #1 prosecutor in Phoenix. Well, at least in my book, he is.
Is Phoenix part of Marco?
Yes.
I wonder if I should just get a lawyer first.
That's completely up to you.
I know that you can't stay here forever and you need to go back. If I get one, will you be able to still talk to me afterward, or does everything stop, or what?
I'll tell you exactly what a lawyer's going to tell you to do. He's going to say, nope,
No fun, what?
no more contact. She had her chance. You had your chance to talk to her. It's over.
Well, I mean, I just would want his advice. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that he, that I'm going to take his advice, nor does it mean that, you know,
That's completely up to you.
sitting in a cell somewhere not
I
saying anything
can't-
is going to help.
I can't advise you either way. But what I can advise you on is the truth. The details of the case that you have in your head that you can give me will allow me to verify the information that I have to make sure that I'm looking at the right person. And to verify my theory that nobody else was there with you. It's like I said yesterday, there is no doubt in my mind what happened there that day. A couple of details that I don't have. How it started and why it started. And like I said before, if you can provide me just a few that I can at least relay to the family, that would be fine with me. If you don't want to give all the details, we don't have to go through all the details. But let's at least start. Let's start right here, right now. If there's a question that I ask you that you feel like you don't want to answer, you can say, no, I don't want to answer that right now.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Okay, she just said, okay, just hold on a second.
Do you want to move forward or no?
Yes, I do.
You do?
I do, but
Well, let's do it.
I'm just,
I'm here.
I know, I'm not trying to stall, I'm not trying to waste your time.
I know you're not trying to stop.
It's,
I know it's difficult for you. Difficult for anybody sitting in your shoes right now.
This is beautiful. Welcome to manipulation. Or the attempt of manipulation.
You decide.
Okay, she's picking on her lie. She's getting it set up in her mind. The wheels are turning. Come on, Jodi.
I don't want to push you. It's your own free will.
Tell us this ridiculous lie.
That's one thing that we have is our own free will.
I don't have the patience to be a detective. I would have thrown that tape recorder at her.
It's all really blurry. It really is blurry.
All right, we about to get the party started.
What went through your mind after it happened? A lot of fear? What did you think when you were driving away?
Well, I'm trying to get to the ninja store. She taking too long.
I can imagine what you were going through, waiting for it to finally come out.
Waiting for what?
The news that he was no longer with us. He must have been going through hell. Every day that went by, what were you thinking? What was that?
I'm scared. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You just went on with your day like nothing had happened.
I had to.
You had to. Did you tell anybody what had happened? It must have been hard.
It's all a blur. Can I please see those photos?
As soon as I get back.
So she's saying it's all a blur. Can I please see the photos? She need to see the photos to get us live straight.
The detectives went to Reading to go pick up the rental car that you had that day. And they took the photos.
There's probably something in the rental car.
Like what?
Maybe blood.
In the trunk? In the back seat? That's what we're going to look for. So.
I was just thinking maybe the handles, lock steering wheel, something like that. Things that get touched.
Is that what was going through your head when you left? What did I leave behind? What did I touch?
No.
What was going through your head when you left this neighborhood there?
Just had to run. A little bit of a survival instinct, but it was mostly just
run.
fear.
Were you worried that his roommates were going to get home soon?
I was.
Did you even think about that? That's the first thing that I was thinking about. It's when she left here. She barely missed his roommates. Or maybe his roommates had gotten home. They just didn't hear her.
Did they hear anybody at all in the house?
They saw things which were unusual.
Like what?
They saw his CTR ring and his watch on the kitchen counter. They thought that was odd. He never leaves town without those.
No, he always leaves those there, but unless he's leaving, then he takes those things and puts them on.
There were clues here and there, but they just went on with their day like nothing had happened, without even asking questions. They knew that he was going on a trip, but they didn't know what day. That's
He
what
was
took
supposed to leave on Tuesday.
Tuesday, that following week.
That's right.
They found him on Monday. But all those little things that they talked about now, Zach is killing himself. He's like, I don't know how I did not see this. Why didn't I just go check on him? Why didn't I just follow my instinct and go look?
Travis didn't always bond with his roommates. He did
Yeah.
with some. He bonded with Aaron, even though he had an intolerance for Aaron's lifestyle. He bonded pretty well with his friend Josh Ford, who lives back in Southern California.
He wasn't too close with Zach or Enrique.
No, or his previous roommates. I don't know
They
anything about
seem to have been just people who rent rooms out from there. They don't become friends.
Yeah, they were just.
They have their own lifestyles and they go on.
Yeah, his rules were, LDS standards and pay your rent on time. And be clean.
What time did you leave there that day?
Uh,
You don't remember? Just trying to drive and get as much distance as you could. How long were you in the house after it happened? I know you tried to clean yourself up and clean up what you could.
wasn't.
It didn't take too long, but you did. Why did you throw the camera in the washing machine? We found blood in the downstairs bathroom where somebody had tried to wash their hands. There's blood on the outside of the washing machine. There's little things that give us clues to what you were doing afterwards. Do you remember those things?
No.
You remember some. What was your intention going there that day? What was the purpose of the visit? The same as before?
Just starting to remember. I'm just trying to remember that week. That whole week. And the week prior had a lot to do with it. The weekend of Friday night prior, I think.
Did you have plans on going down there? Or I know you said he had called and wanted you to come down. At what point did you decide, okay, I'm going?
He always was like, not, I want to say meddling, but he was always like more concerned than I felt he needed to be about my finances. And he's like, well, how can you make a road trip when you're this, that, and that, you know?
Well, he expected everyone to be like he is.
He did. He really did.
He expected that, hey, if you go on a road trip, you better be thinking about this and that.
There were so many times where I just threw my responsibilities to the wind and went on road trips with him because I am a little irresponsible when it comes to that. It's not just because it was with him, it's because it was the traveling. And, you know.
When he leaves, he usually makes sure everything is planned out.
And that he has enough money for it.
Yeah. And you just gotta take off sometimes.
Yeah, I guess.
You're a very, very free spirit.
And
I've known that from the beginning. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good.
What gives you the indication, like when you say you know that from the beginning?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to people who know you. It's like, oh, that's just Jodi, you know.
I am.
She just
just.
When you want to go do something, you just go do it, and you'll deal with the consequences later.
Yeah.
When did you decide to go visit him? At what point? Were you already on the road, or was it from here? Did you already know you were going to go visit him when you left here? I've done that before. Sometimes I just leave and.
Oh, for God's sake, let's get to the ninjas.
This person while I'm on the way.
You know, go ahead.
Did you see any of his roommates' cars out in the driveway when you left? That part just bothers me because it was so close to the time when one of the roommates came home. And I'm thinking maybe you were still in the house when he was there.
No, no, I was in the
Or in the driveway. They would have seen the car then, right?
Yeah. My space was always right behind Travis's car. And he parked it's a 3-car garage, and he took the middle space. And one of his
the
roommates
Prius.
Yeah, the Prius, or his BMW before that. And then there was like a smaller little space, but it was enough for a car. But it was always jammed with junk from his roommates. He was very much, he didn't save stuff, you know.
Yeah.
He had so much storage space. He was so generous when I moved there. He let me store all my stuff there because I went from a house to a room. And so I had artwork, I paint, art supplies, photos, books and books and books and books. So many books. Some aren't even mine. They're belong to my friend Matt. I was running that car yesterday because I was taking a trip to Monterey. And
visit Matt?
Yeah, I was going to drop off some books to him that I'd had for years. We dated like 8 years ago. We're still friends. So
Love how her demeanor has changed again. Just like she just shifts personalities every couple of minutes.
all of his books that somehow I ended up keeping, and some were mine, some more like esoteric and spiritual kind of books that I'm probably never going to read now because they're just so out there.
I'm sure they'll get those back to him.
And then some photos also too. Daryl, who was another guy I dated after Matt that we bought the house together. And kitchen supplies. Daryl paid for so much when he was there. He footed the bill of Costco, so I had they said that they took knives out of my car.
I don't even know who they are, you know.
They're Daryl's. I mean, they've been in storage for years, just collecting
It's
dust.
good to know that there is.
Yeah, no, they were all just. One might have been mine, but like I think they were Daryl's. And so there's those and a bunch of kitchen supplies. Some pictures of him and his son mostly, and we used to go to 49er games all the time, just camping trips.
So the car you'd driven there was the rental car,
Yeah.
the Ford Focus.
Oh.
That's the car
I
they're gonna
thought
go
you-
pick up, Ford Focus.
Oh.
I know they were gonna rent you another car, but then something happened with that first car. Either you didn't like it, or I don't know if they had a
Oh, it was
problem.
red, and I thought, because I always hear that you don't drive a red car, because I would never buy a red car, and it was fine. It was a Ford Focus too.
And you got the other car instead.
I was
The
like, do
white
you
one.
have one with a more neutral color? Because red is like you always get pulled over and you get tickets. No, I don't know if that's true. It's just
It's
something
not
I've been
true.
told since.
It's just there's a lot of people who have red cars who like to go fast. It's a personality thing. It's not because of the car color.
And I just, for me, it's a psychological thing. It's more noticeable, and it's like, a red flag with a bull kind of thing.
I know Travis doesn't lock his doors when he's home. Was the door open when you got there? Or did you have to go through the garage? Or how did you get inside? Did you knock? Everybody says he just leaves his doors open when he's home. Trusts everybody.
Have you ever seen the movie The Secret?
I don't think so.
It's kind of, you're familiar with the whole law of attraction kind of thing. Like what you think you become or you bring into your life.
That's true.
He felt that if you lock your doors, then what are you telling the universe? What are you telling the ether out there? Is that I need to lock my door for a reason.
Yeah, I want to be safe.
Yeah, I want to be safe, which also gives the impression that, well, there's somebody that could hurt me. So, and by trusting and opening them to your
He's a
safe-
very, very trusting person. And that's what made him who he is. Most of us come from a different kind of background and have a different type of philosophy. Doing what I do for a living, I lock my doors.
I can imagine. Yeah, I guess me coming from Salinas, I've always locked my doors. I used to go to sleep at night and I would hear gunshots. We weren't at that neighborhood, but our neighborhood neighbored another neighborhood that wasn't that great, and gunshots scary. And they were, because Salinas is agricultural and there were a lot of fields, and I used to think that there were hunters in the fields with their dogs catching animals or something. They were all just gangs. I'm sorry, I'm not trying.
That's okay. I've noticed that when I've talked to you, you kind of go off sometimes.
Travis used to be like, get to the point. Get to the point. And that made me kind of mad. He had a little bit of a double standard with that, because if you ever see him train or talk, he ask any of the leaders in prepaid legal, he is notorious for going too long. His friend Dave Hall in Utah cuts him off, and he got mad at him once because he went 5 minutes over, and he just talks and talks and talks. And I said, you're kind of long-winded yourself.
He had a future in that. That's what he wanted to do,
Yeah,
and he was good at it.
He was
really
so
good at it.
He talks about things of more substance, though, and I just ramble.
So was the door unlocked when you got there? Or did you went through the door of the garage? I know a lot of his friends have the key code for the garage too. He doesn't keep that a secret either. I got that from several different friends.
Yeah, 0817.
Was he expecting you? Yes. Did you surprise him? I know he was always happy to see you. What you guys had was not wrong, Jodi. Going over all his stuff, he was always happy to see you.
He told me this time when, because I was in his ward boundaries, so one of my roommates went to his church, and they were doing some church activity and Travis was getting a ride. When he said his friend Katie Barnes was in the back seat, he was in the other seat. And there were two people in the front. I guess they were all going to squeeze in and go to this church activity. And they were swinging by to pick up Amy, my roommate. And I wasn't there, I don't think. I was at work or something. But he said he wasn't doing much. He must have been on his phone or something, texting. But he said they parked and he looked up. It was my house. He's like, "What are we doing here?" And he freaked out. I started laughing so hard when he told me that story. And they're like, "We're getting Amy. She's going with us." "Oh, okay." And he just kind of sat there, twiddled his thumbs, and then we got Amy and she left.
This is after you guys broke up.
Oh, yeah, because by the time I lived in
Yeah,
that house,
that's
we were
right.
together. It was just, I think it just weirded him out. I don't know what reminded me of that just now. You said something.
He was happy to see you.
Yeah, I don't think he would have probably been, it would have been awkward, I think, then. Because we kept.
You guys had a different kind of relationship. You guys were happy to see each other, but for some reason he couldn't outwardly show it in public.
He
was afraid of his image, and to him his image was everything.
He told me on several occasions that it saddened him and it bothered him. He had two friends in particular that gave him a very hard time about our friendship, and that was Chris and Sky. But I think they did it out of concern for his future, his marital status. By him and I continuing that, we were both just postponing what we should be focusing on instead.
Well, you're living life. Life is what you make of it. It's not set in stone.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
either
not a
of us
gen-
had our priorities in the right
I know the
place.
church has a general plan. You go if you're a guy, you go on a mission, you come back, you find a girl, you get married, and you start having kids. And you start contributing to society and to your church.
Yeah, that's really not bad.
And you came into something. I don't know whether you came in with both feet, you still had 1 foot out, but it's a whole different society in that church. It's an all
It
or
is.
nothing.
It is, and I think that's just because the church actually
And that's what people
lives
struggle
their
with.
standards.
They have the utmost standards, and you look around, and there's not one person in that church, in those pews, who doesn't need to be there. If they were perfect, they wouldn't have to go. And sometimes I think it's a facade. I know. Travis kept trying to live up to those standards, but he's a human being, and both of you are mortal, and you have free will, and that's that. Sometimes I think maybe he put too much pressure on himself to be perfect, or to at least portray himself to be perfect. And that's maybe why something like this happens. Things get way out of hand.
I'm not an evil person.
I know you're not.
But I've always had, and I'm not a promiscuous person.
Now that's a lie.
Something attracted you guys to each other.
Yeah, and I think there was also, I knew him well. I knew him through and through. I loved him and I cared about him. And I knew we weren't going to get married, so
How did you know you weren't going to get married?
Couple of reasons.
It's like oil and water. You guys just don't mix.
We mixed really well for a time, but I think when I discovered his ways last year, it was so hard. But
What ways are those?
he didn't seem like husband material, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't be in the future. It just meant that something that Chris and Sky said to me back in January of 2007 really stuck. And they said, "Do you want to be like Deanna and wait 6 years?"
Yeah.
They made jokes saying, if you wait 6 years, you can get free breast implants. Because he bought her breast implants at one point. And they're like, and then he'll really do it, Just all these things. And I was like, what? Why would they say these? Anyway, that one part stuck, though. And And I felt that, women have, not all women, not Mimi and not certain other women, but most women just fall all over themselves for Travis because he's nice and he seems like the whole package.
I think Mimi kind of saw through everything. There's some people out there that can see through stuff.
I kind of did too. Like I had never been pursued by a person like that. But at the same time, I'd like to say like maybe saw through this, but I saw beneath that and through that. Like he wrote that thing on his blog, The Gold from Within. And I really did see, like inside, he was an amazing person. He was a good person. He was a generous person. He gave so much.
Well, maybe you chose to actually look past that first level. Somebody like Mimi looks past that first level and sees that's something I don't like already, and I'm not going to look any further. You, on the other hand,
she spends a lot of time at the temple, so I think that I've never been endowed. I've never been through the temple, but from what I understand, I think that it's such a sacred place, and meditating there and being there will help to give you further insight about where just you as a person are supposed to make a move on a certain decision in your life. So maybe it just wasn't for her.
That's true.
I also was thinking after the fact, I didn't get every chance to discuss this with him. I didn't know she was going to Cancun, but and I didn't know she didn't. She flat out told him no, but I thought.
So that's completely out of the theory that you went there to convince him to not go.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, because that's the first theory that was thrown out there. Was she was jealous? She knew that he was going to Cancun with this other girl, and it was just jealousy. It's the simplest.
I asked him at one point after I moved. I was like, "Hey, who are you taking to Cancun?" By the way, I knew it wasn't. At one point, there was a girl named Brenda and she wasn't romantically involved. She just in the business, and she saw me at the memorial, and she's like, "Now, wasn't he going to take you to Cancun?" And that was like, we found out about Cancun a year prior, right about the time we broke up, and so, like, I never really assumed that I had a ticket there. And, as things went on, it was just never discussed. So there was never any discussion.
That never went through your head.
Yeah, there was never a discussion that I was going to Cancun. Not on that trip, not with him. Maybe sometime in the future, some other time with somebody else, but no. So no, that wasn't an issue.
What about the trip of him coming up to you, come visit you? Was that something that was planned, or is that something that?
Yeah, it was.
Because I wasn't even sure that was true.
No, it was postponed twice. He was gonna maybe come up and I kind of like was hoping he would come by May 24th, because I was singing the national anthem at the races, and I thought it's part of one of my goals for this year. Was one of my fears to overcome was being in front of a large crowd or public speaking.
You have anxiety with crowds.
Yeah, there were 3 fears. One was handguns, which is one of the reasons I got a gun. There was a CHP here in town that said he would take me out and go target practicing. And I went to the sporting goods store several times to see what he had, and they were all in the $500 or $600 range for the kind that I wanted. So they were too expensive. But then there was this one; it was cheap. It was like $100 and something. And I said, "All right, let's do it." So I put my money down and got my little 10-day background check and all that. So, and then I got it, and I was happy, And the third one was skydiving. So I was going to do that sometime this year. But he wasn't able to make it up for the. He was scared to tell me that too. He's like, I know you get really upset.
Was he scared?
Not scared. I'm hesitant.
He didn't want you to be upset.
He didn't want to hurt my feelings. He told me that. He was on the phone in early May because I had known about that I was going to sing 8 weeks prior. About 8 weeks prior. Yeah, because I had approached the guy at the state down by the Purple Plum, which is one of the middle exits there. He works at the gas station area.
I ate there this morning.
Oh, really? It's pretty good food.
He used to work there, didn't you?
Yeah, they're good people.
So I went to go eat there, and I couldn't get it out of my mind. Jodi used to work here. Constantly thinking about it because of this.
It was a good place to be. I worked there twice actually when I was 18. My dad closed his restaurant when I was 16 or 17, and that's when I was a server there.
Oh, who cares?
It's probably one of the best positions because you tend to make a little more money than the other positions. It's all contingent, but generally it works out in your favor.
You've got that kind of personality. People want to tip you.
Yes.
So when he didn't come up, was there an issue with that? Did you guys talk about that?
Well, he said he put it so delicately that I couldn't be mad. I was sad, but wasn't mad or anything. And he said, he's like, I'm just not sure. He said, there's a lot of stress going on. There's a lot of things right now, with this and just that stuff going on. And he's like, I've been hesitating to tell you, but it looks like I might not be able to make it up there to watch you sing. And I've been scared to tell you that. And I was like, oh, he says it, and he taught me.
She's talking about a whole lot of
He says it in a way
nothing.
to disarm you first.
A whole
To
lot
where
of
you're
nothing.
just like, well, oh no, reverse psychology sort of. So he said that, and I could tell that he really was concerned that he would hurt my feelings.
Is that when you decided to, or he decided to invite you out?
No, not at all. Because he didn't invite me up till he found out I was going on a road trip. But then he's like, but he's all definitely the first week of June. He's all probably before I go to Cancun. And so
What? I'm trying to get to the
as that week got
ninjas.
closer,
I don't care about any of this.
and we spent the day there, and
It's okay.
All right, finally.
Travis, if you're going to see Ryan as well.
What are you laughing at?
And did Travis know you were coming?
Shoot.
He knew? I saw you kind of shake your head a little bit at him.
this is hard.
It's
Okay, finally.
Did he know you were coming?
Oh,
Did you guys talk on the phone? What was the discussion about?
Gordon Hinckley mostly.
The last conversation you had?
The last long one, we talked a little bit prior to.
Did you guys talk when you were en route to Phoenix?
Yeah. Just briefly. Till my phone was dying, which is true. I thought I left my charger in Monterey with Matt. I really honestly thought that I left my charger there, and I had been talking all day between just on the phone. I take lots of pictures of myself, and I know
I noticed.
because I'm kind of picky about it, and I guess I take them and I'm like delete. I will take like 20. I'll be like delete.
Keep one.
Yeah, keep 2 or 3 or 1 or none, depending. And so I talked a little bit.
no,
with
we're
John,
getting to the ninja
who
story.
is maybe gonna go to San Diego. There's another place on the list there too.
That was in the same trip?
Yeah, it's a little ambitious, but I thought.
Gosh, that's like 2,800 miles.
It doesn't bother me. I think I put like 2,400 miles in the car.
I can't stand driving
Yeah, I love.
45 minutes somewhere.
Yeah, where are you flying out of?
Oregon.
Medford. Yeah, that's a good.
Who cares where he's flying out of?
It's a pretty drive. So it was a little ambitious, but I like road trips, and sometimes I have a realistic view of things, unrealistic about my time, and I tend to show up a little later than expected, which is not unusual for me, but.
So he knew you were coming. He was expecting you. Now, obviously, you guys had, a little encounter. Is that when those pictures were taken? Did he even show you those pictures? It's gonna be hard, Jodi.
I feel really powerless in here. Do you know what my family is doing today? Do you know if they're good?
I haven't talked to them today. I know they're worried about you. Everybody's just kind of in limbo right now.
Or is there any
So
way?
obviously there was nobody else at the house when you got there. His roommates were gone. Well, there was Napoleon, but
He's a person too.
yeah, I got to meet Napoleon.
He's so awesome.
But nobody else was there.
I think his roommates were there.
You think his roommates were there? Were their cars there? You would have had to have seen their cars. You parked in the driveway, right?
Yeah.
One roommate parks it in the garage and the other one parks outside.
Well, I know Zach would park on the street a lot when I lived there before. And he pulled his car into the garage whenever he would work on it.
What makes you think his roommates were there?
I asked him.
What did he say? Who was home?
He said they were there. But I don't know who. The reason I asked, because it's kind of an indication of how quiet we have to be.
What time was that? Do you remember what time you rolled in?
3 o'clock a.m. Still dark,
Wednesday morning?
I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're pretty sneaky. You go up there and your roommates doesn't even know that you're there.
I do that many, many, many nights.
How did they not see your car?
I don't know. I was parked.
Oh, you know what? Zach was house sitting for his girlfriend. His girlfriend was on a trip with, was on a cruise with her parents, and he was staying the night at, I think he stayed the night at,
That makes sense because I want to say that his roommate, he said his roommate was home, but I don't remember, but I think he said one roommate
one
was home.
roommate.
Yes,
Enrique, he gets up about
and
5:30,
if I'm
6 o'clock
correct,
in
then
the morning.
Enrique has the room that shares the wall with Travis's room. Which is like,
Yes,
and you know, it's a KV home. Travis always says the walls are really, really thin.
yes. They skimp on that part. Yeah, so Enrique was home, so he went about 2 or 3 in the morning. But he gets up about 6, and no, he leaves the house about 6 in the morning. And he didn't notice anything different. Did you guys spend the whole day together then? That following day? Did you guys go anywhere? Stayed in the house?
Slept.
Oh, after a long trip, I'd sleep too.
Travis stayed up all night waiting. He was watching something on YouTube. Some stupid video. He's like, you gotta see this. And I'm watching it. I'm like, this is so boring. I was like, what? What's the point of that? And he's like, just stupid, pointless stuff. I'm like, okay. I guess everyone's got to have their time to binge out. Being so driven and deep as he is, portrays himself to be, it's just funny that he watches stuff like that. It wasn't anything profane or bad, or vulgar. It's just like people like dancing, but they had like boxes of foil on their head, and it was just like weird, like robotic kind of music.
The pictures that I showed you of you laying on a bed and stuff, is that when those were taken that day?
Yeah, we also made a video. We deleted it
Video on that,
on his camera.
on that camera.
Did you get it?
Videos are hard to get once they're erased. They take up so much room.
Yeah.
And whereas pictures are a little different. What happened after that? What went wrong? I know that the last photos of him were taken about 5:20, 5:30. And you said he doesn't like you to take pictures of him and stuff.
He was very private about the shower. Like we.
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No. No.
Trying to get back at him.
No.
I'm surprised he allowed you to take pictures of him in the shower. The first few looked like he wasn't too comfortable, but obviously whatever you were saying to him made him a little more comfortable.
I mean, it's clear.
You remember that? What went wrong? Did he say something to you? Were you angry about something? Were you frustrated? What was it? Something happened at that point, and I don't know what it was.
What are they going to do with the rental car? Are they going to bring it here?
You should go deflecting again.
There were several photos of him, and the last one that we have is him sitting in the shower. And that's when I think it happened. He was sitting down, looking up at you. What did you do? What happened, Jodi? We've gone this far. Did you plan on doing that the whole time?
Time for another personality shift.
Then why? Tell me. I don't believe you planned it. But then I don't understand why. Why you took a gun with you?
Oh, I didn't.
Where does that come from then? Where did you get it? Everybody says he didn't have one. Where did you get it? If you didn't take it. Did he have one in the house?
Not to my knowledge.
Then where did you get it?
Come on, stop nervous
Did
twitching.
you bring it with you?
Get to the line.
Did you get it there in Arizona?
I didn't ever have it, actually. Didn't have it in my possession.
Then who had it? If you had it and Travis didn't have it, then who had it? Jodi, please.
I can't.
Why not? Are you protecting somebody else? Why would somebody else do this?
I don't know.
Did someone catch you there? Someone not expecting you to be there?
I would have seen my car.
Then who was it?
Listen, I can tell tell you everything that I know or that I remember.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
What do you remember? From the time you were taking the pictures to the time you left, what happened? What happened after that last picture was taken? You have to tell me. If you want me to believe that somebody else was there, you have to show me. You have to explain to me what happened. Otherwise, it was just you. And if that's the case, that's okay. That's okay as well.
It's better if everyone thinks that.
If everyone thinks that it was just you. No, it's not.
It is really no idea.
I do have
No,
an
you
idea.
have no idea.
You're going through your own things right now. If somebody else was there with you, we need to know that. Why would somebody do that? Just because you're there with Travis?
He didn't say.
Hmm?
He didn't say.
He didn't say?
They.
They go the they.
What was the first thing they did to him? You were there. You saw it. What was the first
I
thing you
actually
saw?
didn't see it. I heard it first.
Was there an argument? No?
Not between Travis and I.
Any argument between anybody?
Is there any way I can see those pictures?
Again, ask for the pictures.
No, not right now.
Can I see them soon? I will.
You need to start letting me know what happened.
Okay.
You're telling me that some other people were there. You know how much that concerns me.
I don't know who they were. They know where I live.
Mm-hmm.
Or they know where my parents are. Or I don't know if they know where my grandparents are, but they got my address. And they know where my family is.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
So you're trying to say you're doing this to protect your family? Why would someone do this to you and to him?
I don't think they really intended to do anything to me.
You're saying somebody followed you all the way to Arizona from here?
No, I don't think. I think I was an element of surprise for them.
You were an element of surprise? So they didn't expect
I'm
you to be
guessing. I don't think so.
there? They didn't expect you to be there.
I mean, they had to see my car.
Is it someone who lives in Mesa local?
I didn't recognize them.
Well, you have to give me a motive. Why would they do this? Were they going after Travis? For what reason? You tell me this, but you give me no reason.
They didn't discuss much. They just argued
About what?
about whether or not to kill me
For what reason?
because I'm a witness.
A witness of what?
Him. With Travis.
Travis.
Yeah, but I didn't really witness it. Didn't see much. I just Oh,
You need to make this believable because it is not believable to me right now. You need to give me something.
okay. I just listen.
I am listening,
Yeah,
Jodi.
I know,
I
I
am
know.
listening,
I'm
and
just
it doesn't
saying-
make any sense to me.
It's fine because my family will.
Well, help us protect your family. If that's the case.
They got my driver's license. It has a PO box on it,
Mm-hmm.
and they got my registration out of my purse, which was in the purse that I was using at the time, and it has my parents' address on it.
Why would they do this? You see where I'm coming from? Why? What kind of beef did they have with him? Or was it with you? Or
There,
you need to make this believable. People just don't go in somewhere and kill somebody for no reason and then let a witness go. That doesn't happen. They've already killed one person. Why not just take care of the other?
well, yeah,
You know who they are if you're telling me the truth.
I don't know them.
I don't believe you either. And I can't. You can't expect me to.
Here's what
I
happened.
want to.
I wasn't planning on going to Travis's house. I was going to go to Santa Cruz. Well, I wasn't even planning to go to Santa Cruz. I was going to go to Monterey, but by the time I called Matt, he's like, we're in Santa Cruz, meet us here. And I said, okay. So I went to the Red Room there, just to kind of hang out for the locals. So many younger kids our age, sort of 20-somethings and 30-somethings. And I stayed the night in Monterey that night. Got up the next morning and visited with Daryl and his son before he went to school. Drove, this was Tuesday, the 3rd.
How are we back on here?
And driving to LA, hadn't heard back from Laura yet, but that's what it was. It wasn't until I got to LA where I thought, I was looking at my map, and Utah wasn't really on there, but I mean, Arizona, but because it was to Utah, the MapQuest directions I printed. Okay, I just see, like, I've seen The Sopranos, and they're not mafia or anything, but, you know, I honestly, there's a part of me inside that thinks they're never going to come after my family.
Well, from what you're telling me and from what I know about Travis and all his dealings, there's no reason anybody would go after him. Nothing. So what you're telling me about 2 people coming in or however many people coming in and taking care of him and letting you go is just so far-fetched. I can't believe it. Why would they do this to him? What were they arguing about? What did they say? Their details.
They didn't say a lot. They were white Americans from what I could tell. They had, what do you call those things? They're like beanies, but they cover your whole face. And you've got like holes for your nose and in your mouth, in your eyes. And one was black. I think they were both black or maybe dark blue or something. Anyway, it wasn't until I was in LA and Laura wasn't getting back to me and it was already like 9-something. I was like, maybe I will just go see Travis briefly. And I called Ryan and said, my phone was about to die. And I tried getting hold of Matt. I got his voicemail. I was going to ask him if my charger was there and if he could save it or mail it or something. So I had a wall charger, I think, and I was just going to charge it later, I guess, when I got somewhere. Anyway, I did call Travis and I said, guess what? And he said, what? I said, I'm coming to Arizona tonight. And there was silence, and he goes, really? And I said, yeah. Well, what made you change your mind? And I just said, because I think I just told him I missed him or something. But I would have said, because you're too compelling, but like, he's too He's already got a big enough head and that stuff. So I showed up and he was watching YouTube on his computer, on his laptop in the office. We watched that for a little while, and he was very happy to see me. Napoleon barked, but he always barks when somebody walks in, and then Napoleon was really happy to see me. He gets so excited, his whole body jiggles. And I just do this thing to his butt where you just kind of push him on the side, and he goes around in circles over and over and over until he realizes, hey, stop doing me in circles. So it was a good reunion. And we went, I told him I was tired, I think, because I don't know what his intentions were, or what he thought my intentions were at the time, like if we were going to do anything, but I was very exhausted from the trip, and I just said, look, I think I'm just going to sleep for a little while, and he said, that's fine. So I had slept pretty well the day before, but I was tired from driving all night, so I slept, and he slept, and we must have slept till about 1.
In the afternoon?
Must have been around then. His roommate was home when I got there. I didn't never see his roommate though, so I think I was asleep by the time he thought I'd been left. Okay, if you don't believe me, that's okay.
I'm trying to.
I'm just saying
really
that,
hard.
you know, it sounds to me like I'm already in the system, pretty far in. I'm not getting out anytime soon. And as long as the rap falls on me, I think that
It's not good. Don't do this.
No, I'm just saying, I think that as long as that is, there's less of a chance that my little brother is going to be hurt, or my mom, or my dad, or my sister that live there.
Okay, we'll continue with the story.
Anyway.
About 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we had sex a couple of times. Once was in his bed, and once was again downstairs in his office. And I don't know what he was looking at, some pictures that I had brought for him. But he has a virus on his computer, so when you click the start menu on Windows XP or newer, with 2000 or whatever, you have like my music, my pictures, my computer.
Yeah.
You can usually click on my computer and then go to the disk drive and open that. He'd click the Windows and it would come up, but none of those this music, computers, picture, or whatever, none of that would come up. So he had some kind of virus that he was dealing with. And then his screensaver was a bunch of little bugs eating up his screen. It was just weird. And he said that was from the virus too. I was like, that's a cute screensaver. He's like, yeah, it's my stupid virus. So for some reason that was frustrating for both of us because we couldn't look at the pictures. And they were from a lot of our church history trips, which are on my other external drive, which I haven't been able to access for since after Christmas because it just quit. And I just haven't had the money to spend to get all that stuff back.
So you guys worked with that for a while? Or?
Yeah, we had 3 discs, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 3. And
so what time is this now? You guys are messing with the computer?
I don't really remember. It was after we had done
A couple hours or an hour or so later?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. He was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to. But I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently, because he used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was going to do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. He's like, well, what do you mean? And I said, I have this, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
He has that look on his face though.
So some I deleted and some I kept taking. And some he looked really good, I thought. The one that you showed me yesterday of him looking right at you, I think that's a great picture. He hates it. I don't know what he hates about that. I think it's a very good picture.
So you were taking pictures and showing them?
Yeah. He's all, let me see. I'm showing. His shower door was open, and his water pressure in that shower isn't that great, so it's not like water was going everywhere.
What happened when the last picture was taken?
He was kneeling down in the shower. I don't remember if this is his shower and the sink is over here. I was like right here taking pictures. And I don't really know what happened after that exactly, except I think he was shot.
Where were you?
If this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like, well, if this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like right here on my knees, and his bathtub was right here, and I was taking him here, and I was just going through the pictures, and I heard this loud ring. And I don't really remember except Travis was screaming. I think I got knocked out, but I don't think it was that long. I know I got knocked in the head, and I've gotten knocked in the head once by my dad when he was just really mad, and it wasn't like, actually it wasn't, he didn't knock me in the head, he just pushed me against the wall, and I hit my head, and I fell. But he, in this case, I think it was similar because he was screaming, and I was by the bathtub, and he was holding his head, and there were two people there, and
What'd you say?
I remember putting my hand on his back because he was on all four of his knees. He was like
All
on his
four of
knees
his
like
knees.
this, doing something like this or something like, I don't know. And I was like, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? He's like, go get help. Go get help. And I said, okay. And I turned around. There were two people there. One was a guy and one was a girl. I couldn't tell that at first, but you could just see one was a girl, and I assumed the other was a guy because their build, and then their voices. I remember if they were wearing like maybe jeans.
What did they say?
One was in all black, one was in jeans.
Did they say anything?
Yeah, the girl wanted to kill me too.
What did she say?
She's like,
What words did you hear? What phrases?
who is that? Who is that? I thought he was by himself or alone or something, and he was like, shut up, just finish it. And Travis was screaming the whole time. He wasn't screaming like a girl, he was just like he was in pain, like he was like shocked, like, oh, you know. He wasn't really moving though, he was just staying kind of still on the floor.
Then what happened?
Well, as soon as he said go get help, and I turned around and they were there, and
Where were they?
they were in the bathroom.
Where at the bathroom? Not in
The
the hallway
girl
or in the
was-
bathroom?
The girl was in the hallway, kind of. And the guy was more toward in the bedroom, but like still in the bathroom, like on the tile carpet area right there where it starts.
Okay.
And started coming in toward the bathroom too, and I
What you do?
was
What happened? What happened, Jodi? What did you see?
I took it out like a little bitch.
You took off.
This is awesome.
I ran, and he stopped me when
He stopped you.
and Travis. He was he was still like conscious and still alive, and
But you just left him there.
no, I ran into the closet because there's two doors, and they were sort of in the hallway already. And he stopped me, and he didn't touch me. He was just held the gun to my head, and he was like, "You don't go anywhere." And he told the other girl to finish it. I didn't see, but he was like, I don't think he was saying a lot, but
What happened?
he told me to stay there and not to move.
And where was that? In the closet?
No, it was like this. Sorry.
Here, I see. This is bedroom. Okay, and then you get the long hallway down to this bathroom, this sink. And you have the closet here.
Mhm.
And then you have a shower. And then the bathtub right there. And then there's the toilet right there. Okay, this is the sink. Then his bedroom is actually there's a closet door there.
Mhm.
His bedroom.
Yes, exactly. And so his closet is kind of like this.
Mhm.
So I ran this way because he was walking this way and she was already right here. And then he stopped me here and he said, "Don't move." And Travis was here or somewhere around, and he left the room for a minute. And I didn't have my stupid phone because it wasn't charged. And Travis's phone was downstairs, and I didn't know his roommates, I didn't think were home at the time. So, like, I was just trying to think if there's any way I could call 911 or call or get out of the house. There's no way out except down the stairs. His windows they're 2 stories for one, and they were hard to get to. He had stuff here and blinds and screens and window coverings and from the outside. And
Okay.
I just she was over him, and I just rushed her and I pushed her, and
Here's what?
Travis was bleeding everywhere.
What was she doing to him? Because he'd been shot at this time, right?
Yeah, but he was still alive. He was still conscious even. Like,
Still talking.
oh, he wasn't talking or saying much, but I could tell he was breathing. He seemed like he was breathing calmly, I think. He wasn't like, he was just there. I really remember it's such a blur.
Okay. And so you did what now? You pushed her?
She's a little bit bigger than me, not really in size, but height. And
what happened?
oh, it didn't really deter her.
Did she have any weapons on her at all?
Yeah.
What'd she have?
I thought she was the one with the gun, but maybe she had the gun, but he had a gun. So maybe there were 2 guns or one gun, I don't know.
But she's the one who shot him, though, right? She was the one here, and he was back here at the time when you saw them.
I would think so, because, I mean, I don't know. I got hit here somewhere. I don't know. Because when I woke up, he was screaming. And I saw her at this point, like right here, and walking by her back. She must have been walking back this way. And I saw him sort of following. And that's when he's like, finished. And I started running this way, and he stopped me, and then he left the room for a couple of minutes.
Why did he leave?
Maybe just, I don't know.
Okay. So
He's
what
like,
happened
"Don't
after?
you
What
know?"
happened after you pushed her?
I got Travis, and he wasn't like standing up really. He wasn't really doing much, and I was trying to get him, and she came back. I got him kind of far, like right here. She came back, and he was starting to just get weaker and weaker. And this guy came back in, and she said that they needed to do me too, because it was there, and he's like, no, that's not why we're here. Yeah. He had my purse, which I have on the dresser here prior, somewhere.
And what did they do after this? After you guys reached this? Just try to stick with the incident, so I don't know what was going on.
She came after me, and he stopped her,
Okay.
and she didn't get me.
How was she gonna get you? Did she have a weapon?
She had a knife.
You said she had a gun before.
I don't know if she had a gun. I think, because I am guessing, I know that he had a gun. I don't know if she had a gun or not.
So she was basically the aggressor.
Yeah, unless he took a shot too. I don't know.
But it seems like from what you're telling me, she was the aggressive one and he was the more passive.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely aggression as far as, I mean, I don't know what you define aggression by, but like there was definitely a sternness, and I wasn't like just free to walk out of there. Like, hey, it's cool, you know, and it wasn't anything like that.
Then what happened?
They had an argument back and forth, and she wanted to kill me, and he didn't.
Why didn't they kill you? Just because he said?
He said that's not what we're here for.
Did they say why they were there?
What type of stupidity is that?
No. But it was obvious they were there for him. They didn't say why.
So it seemed like they knew him, obviously.
Yeah, but he didn't seem to know them. I mean, he was a little out of it. Plus, they had masks on anyway. But he didn't express any kind of recognition.
I could talk.
He was able to say, go get help. And at one point he said, go to my neighbor's house. Go to my neighbor's house. So that if you... there was just no way
Did
out
you
of
see
there.
them hurt him anymore? Other than a gunshot?
She had a knife, and I don't know. He was bleeding everywhere. It was like when she rushed me afterward, or she came back, I rushed her, but she kind of came back at me.
Why didn't she go
Travis
to
and I were right about here, maybe? I don't know. Halfway? I don't know. And there was a little bit of a struggle with her and I. I was so scared. I'm not a person who fights. I'm not a person who knows really about self-defense. I took some classes once, but it was like 8 years ago, and I've never been consistent with it.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure. I just knew I had to hold on to her hands because she had a knife.
What hand does she have there?
She had it in this hand, but well, her right, I guess. So
Right. What happened? So you didn't see her hurt him anymore. He was just bleeding. Where did he end up?
he when I tried getting him here, he said go get help. And when I came back this way, pushed her, and he said go to my neighbors, go to my neighbors. And I wasn't like no, but I wasn't gonna leave. If I couldn't leave without him, I was trying. I felt stupid already for trying to run this way. I was gonna go to a phone. And he was like, I just said, come on, come on. You know, he was naked, but I didn't care. Just come on. And he's like, I can't. I said, come on. He's like, I can't feel my legs. And they wouldn't let me be by him.
Were you clothed at that time, or were you also nude?
Yeah, I was clothed.
Are those the pants that I showed you the other day on that camera?
I don't think I have pants like that. I don't know. I've got a lot of clothes. I'm trying to remember the clothes that I took to that trip. Oh, I do have another pair of striped pants, and they're gray though with a black stripe. I don't think they were those. I don't know.
Okay. So what happened after that? They had a conversation about killing you two, and then they decided not to.
She
Go from
really,
that
really,
point.
really wanted to.
What happened then?
From there, I was here, like his armoire or whatever it's called with his TV was here, and I was right about here, and I had to stay here. And I was calling his name, and they were like, shut the hell up. And I was just, I don't know if I was crying. It was all just like, it was so weird. He was going through my purse, and he pulled out my wallet, and he just took some cash. I had, though, my cash stashed in the jeans I had worn, like a good chunk of it, like $80, stashed in 420s in the back of my jean pockets, which were in my backpack. But I had some cash in here, not all of it, though.
Okay.
So he took that, and
And what happened?
he was.
What was she doing?
She was like right here that time.
Doing what? He's over here taking stuff from your wallet, from your purse. You're here. She's down the hall.
She wasn't far. It's not a far distance. There was part of me, I think, that was just, I was sitting and I was just like, I didn't know what to say. Like, would you beg for your life? Do you say, who are you guys? I'm powerless because I don't have any way to stop them. They were just more powerful.
Well, continue
So
on.
I
So once he
figured-
took stuff from there, what did he do?
She was, I don't know what she was doing, but she was arguing with him and talking with him and saying,
What were they saying?
she's like, it wasn't like super yelling, it was kind of like hushed but intense, like, you need to shut up, not over here. Things like that. And he grabbed my wallet and he was looking through it. He just took the cash, put it in his pocket. He got my registration out of my wallet, and he said,
What do you say?
"You must be that bitch from California." And he was going like this with my registration, and he said, "You ever say anything about this?" He said they'll do to my family the same way and me. And I didn't care so much about me at that point. He said, "You need to leave. And don't you call anybody. And don't you say anything. And don't you act like anything happened." He said, "I'm giving you one chance." And she said she's going to rat us off. She's going to say something. And he was like, "Shut up." He was like, "You get one chance."
Is that when you left?
I said, "Leave now." And part of me didn't want to leave. Travis was still alive. He was still, he wasn't moving a lot, but he was still alive. I could see that he was still.
Did you leave at that point?
I left the room.
And where did you go?
I went downstairs, but I didn't have all my clothes.
What did you leave there?
Well, Travis said I had some stuff there. I didn't see what it was. He said it was in his closet. So they were clothes of mine. But all I had was my purse and my backpack. I left those, and I went outside.
And what'd you do?
I wanted to get help. I just wanted to get help. He told me that if I didn't say anything, then I wouldn't even live to regret it, but that I would regret it.
No idea why they did this to him. You have to know something about it.
Trying to think what else was said.
Anything that clicked in your mind. Because why would anybody do this to him? He does nothing but help people. Everybody likes him. Doesn't owe people money. Owe people like that anyway.
No.
He doesn't get involved in things he's not supposed to get involved in. He doesn't do drugs. Doesn't seem like a robbery.
No, it doesn't.
Burglary.
I was wondering if they took my stuff to make it look that way, and he told me to leave. And, Travis usually keeps his cash in his wallet.
So you didn't see what happened to him then?
I just saw that.
Did you get hurt at all? You said you were fighting with her.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
She cut me.
Where?
My hand.
Let me see. Where at?
You
Can you
actually
show
can't
me?
see it. If you look at my finger isn't the same though. I was
Let me see. Where did it get cut?
it was conveniently it was right on the crease.
Right there on the crease.
Can you see? Oh, it's kind of a purpler color, I
This
guess.
one here,
Same
right
here
there.
with this.
Yeah, right on the crease.
Oh, there's a vein on this one, maybe. I don't know.
Is this one here? So a slice there.
Yeah.
Just a small one? Or was it pretty deep?
I don't know how deep it was, but my finger hurt for a while.
Okay, so like right in that crease that you, right across both of them.
Not my middle finger. It cut this one a little, but not as much. This is where it really went. I don't know how it happened that all these other fingers were missed, but this one, yeah, I don't know. This one, like I still can't close this finger all the way. It's as close as it goes. Whereas this one goes like that. And also, my CTR ring used to fit both fingers, and I can't get it on this finger anymore.
So they cut pretty deep then.
I guess if you feel it, squeeze it. It just feels like bone, like there's nothing abnormal there.
Mhm.
But again, like my CTR ring slides right on this finger, and it used to slide right in off this finger, and I just can't fit a ring on here.
Okay.
It's a bigger size now.
What about this here? What's that from?
That's my cat.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she scratches me a lot.
So when you were told to leave, you left? Did you get in your car and drive away?
I always have my keys. My keys are on. I'll have a little clip on them, and I do that because I'm very, very spacey.
Did you see any other cars in the driveway or on the street? Any vehicle descriptions you can give us?
No, not that I don't think his roommate's around.
And you just left. You didn't run to the neighbors. You didn't try calling. You knew they were in his house. You had time to run to a neighbor. Why didn't you do that?
I was really scared. I was really freaked out of my mind.
Okay. I don't believe you. But I came in here hoping that you would tell me the truth. And this is not the truth, Jodi.
This is all I know.
Does not make any sense. It does not make any sense.
That's all I know.
Nothing changes for me.
I didn't think it would. I feel responsible because I feel that I could have done more. I feel that I should have gotten help. I feel that I should have been stronger.
You feel responsible because you did this.
I did not
Jodi,
kill
you did.
Travis.
You did. And there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind at this point. This is an elaborate story which does not make any sense. Two people come in, first two white males, and then later you change it to...
No, I don't think I ever said white male.
Yes, you did.
When?
At the beginning of the story.
Oh, it was one.
And then you change it, oh no, one's a female.
Oh, it was female the whole time. I said I wasn't sure at first, but you could tell by their build.
It doesn't
Girl,
make any sense to me.
no sense at all.
And there's no reason anybody would go after him. There's nothing in his past, nothing in his, at that time that he was going through that would cause somebody to do that to him. And the fact that they left you alive and let you go, that never happens. Why would anybody do that? Why would somebody risk the chance of getting caught? Just let you run out the front door when they're upstairs in this house, killing somebody. Knowing that you could just run across the street and tell somebody. It doesn't make any sense. Does it make any sense to you? It doesn't, does it?
No, they argued about it. It doesn't make sense. I thought for sure I was dead.
I was hoping that you were going to be completely truthful with me today. Obviously, that's not the case. I know you were there. I know you've had some situation go on with him that got out of control. And the cut that you're showing me there, it's pretty obvious how that happened. I've seen that before. That happens when a knife slips through someone's hand because of blood. It's slippery and it cuts. That's what that is. I've done this for a long time. And this is the most far-fetched story I've ever heard. And it's not going to help you. Is that how you want to leave this?
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Your family will not get hurt. They will not get hurt. The way you're hurting your family is by not coming forward and telling me the truth. There is a reason why you did this, and you just refuse to tell me why. Maybe because you are cold and calculated, and you went there intentionally to do this, and you're ashamed of it. You're so ashamed that you will come up with a story to try to hide it.
I was there that day, but I didn't take Travis's life.
You haven't convinced me. And I hope you can convince the jury, but I doubt it very seriously. Because there's no evidence of anybody else being there. Nobody. And we're still not done looking at all the evidence. We still have other things to check in the lab and other blood swabs and other things like that. And every time they call me and tell me, hey, we've checked this, points at Jodi. Hey, we've checked that points at Jodi. Nothing points at anybody else. Do you want to be truthful with me? If not, we can just end it now. And we'll just leave it the way it is.
I know that it's obvious I was there.
No, it's obvious that you committed a crime, that you hurt
There's
Travis.
no reason for
No,
me to hurt him.
it's not like that. It's. I know that you did this, and you refuse to tell me why.
There's no
You
reason.
refuse to tell me why. There's no reason somebody else would come in and do this to him. There's no motive whatsoever. I haven't found any.
What is my motive?
Jealousy, anger, fear, if you're being alone, angry at him for not keeping you in his life. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. There are so many motives with you. Too many. We know you had a 25 auto. You guys reported it stolen. Recovered the ammunition and it matches. We recovered a shell casing. It matches the ammunition. Prints, your blood, your hair, the motive.
There's
You
no
were
motive.
there.
I wasn't jealous of anything. I was a little bit envious that he was going to Cancun, but that wasn't the reason. Like, I could go to Cancun. It's not cheap to go to Mexico. I mean, it's not expensive to go to Mexico.
You were probably standing above him when he was in the shower. And you shot him in the head.
I was kneeling down beside him looking at the
Jodi.
pictures.
And then you had a knife. And you stabbed him. Several times. Yes, you did. Jodi. Tell me the truth. Please. Or if you want, we can stop here. It doesn't matter. You've given me so much already. Why stop? Do you want to? Do you want to continue? Do you want to tell me the truth? What did you do with the gun,
I never had it in my possession.
Jodi? You did.
Never. I don't have it.
Yeah, you don't have it. People say that when they know of the gun. They've seen the gun. They've touched the gun. You don't have it.
I saw the gun.
Yeah. But you had it before. You've touched it. You've used it. I know you have.
I don't think I've ever even fired a gun. I've done bows and arrows, but not guns and water guns. Yes, but not a real gun. And the gun that I got on Friday was never used.
So you're going to continue to tell me that you
Girl,
didn't
bye.
Did not kill Travis.
I believe you did. I truly believe you did. And there's nothing showing that anybody else did this. Nothing. I've been in so many scenes and so many investigations, and there's always some type of evidence left behind, no matter how careful somebody is. And in this case, there was evidence. Not pointing at anybody else, just you. And that's what I have to go by. And that's what my report's going to say.
Okay. If I had planned to hurt him in any way, I'm not the brightest person, but I don't think I could stab him. I think I would have to shoot him continuously until he was dead.
Who? Oh crap!
If I had.
Who the hell says that? You being accused of murder. You say, "Oh, I think I would stab. I would just shoot him continuously." Hey, Miss Tanya, I would just shoot him continuously in the head. Wow! Wow!
Plan to hurt him in any way, I'm not the brightest person, but I don't think I could stab him. I think I would have to shoot him continuously until he was dead, if that were my intention. And again, I bring up the gloves again, but I would have to wear gloves because, I'm not too worried about prints. I guess I'll wear anyway.
Back to the gloves.
I would never stab him. If I had it in me anywhere to kill him, the least I could have done was make it humane as possible.
Oh,
quick or something.
That's nice. That's nice of you to say.
I know what you
He was still alive.
Yes, he was. He was alive for a while. And I knew that he'd been shot first and he was still alive and possibly tried to get away, maybe even tried to fight back.
I think he was in shock. I just remember waking up and
But you didn't see him fight back or anything, did you? He just kind of collapsed there and...
No, he was here. Outside of the shower.
And then you pulled him this way and you tried to get away with him, but then he couldn't go any further.
He said he couldn't move.
Yeah.
He said he couldn't feel his
And that's
legs.
the last place you saw him. You said that he stopped and kind of collapsed right there. She was standing there and he was over here, and it just doesn't make any sense.
He was still able to move. He was all, I guess he was all conscious up here sort of still. He wasn't on his leg or on his knees or on his feet. He wasn't walking.
It's crawling.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I want to got him from there. He was sort of using his legs, but he wasn't standing up.
And he was trying to get away from you.
On that route, I don't think I'm going to go any further.
don't remember what time I left, but
I gave you an opportunity. This was your only opportunity. Okay, and you gave me the information that you were there, but I knew you were there. And then you throw some story in that is not plausible. It just doesn't make any sense with the evidence that was there at the house. It doesn't make any evidence at all, or any sense at all. That evidence tells a story. And nowhere in that evidence does that story that you told me match. It doesn't match. Is that how you want to leave it?
That's why you need those pictures.
You want to start here, and that's how you want to leave it.
I know that I didn't take Travis's life. And I know that
I
you
know
don't.
you did.
Look, I know you don't believe me.
I don't believe
As long as I am here, someone else is happy. And it's not them.
you. So you're just going to let these two people get away with it?
There's not even any way to identify them.
Because they don't exist.
One was male, one was female. They were taller than me. Not by a whole lot.
Are you ready to go back?
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to say something to his family, but I don't think I have anything that could bring them comfort.
Okay.
Maybe I could write them a letter.
Well, you always have that opportunity to do that, so
Would they receive it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't mean would they accept it. I mean if it made it to them, would they get it? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't have their. I'm not going to provide you their address.
I know his
They know
grandmother's
where you're
address.
going to be, and if they want to make contact with you, they can do that.
That's fine. I know his grandmother's address, and I guess if I could mail it, but I don't know if that's something.
Well, let me see if I can get someone to take it back. You're absolutely sure you want to leave it like this?
I don't know what else to say.
That's it then. Okay, the next time I see you will probably be in Phoenix. Is that cool?
I have a choice.
Well, you're going there regardless, so it doesn't matter. But I was hoping that we could resolve this here. And it's obvious by what you're telling me, you don't want to resolve this here.
I just can't.
Well, at the beginning, you told me that you couldn't tell me because you couldn't tell me who they were because you didn't want your family to get hurt.
I can't
Okay.
let my family.
And now you're telling me you don't know who they are, and therefore it doesn't matter. So there's nothing you can tell me.
I can give you the
So
best
many
description.
inconsistencies that I don't even want to deal with right now.
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
They won't get hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling me the truth. That's what you're doing. Okay?
Bye, bitch. Oh, it didn't work. Anyway. Oh, you know what? Let me just finish showing you with her looking, staring stupid after the police left. Like she really had some sort of choice. That she was really going to talk herself out of this. Look at
You
this.
couldn't tell me because you couldn't tell me who they were because you didn't want your family to get hurt.
I can't
Okay.
let my family.
And now you're telling me you don't know who they are, and therefore it doesn't matter. So there's nothing you can tell me.
I can give you the
So
best
many
description.
inconsistencies that I don't even want to deal with right now.
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Okay. They won't get hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling me the truth.
Because I'm keeping the lie going, kicking and screaming.
Okay?
And now look at her face. Look at her body language. She's like, I can't believe he didn't buy this. I thought this was a good story. I would have believed it. Now what am I going to do? Now what am I going to do? I thought I could talk myself out of this, and it didn't work. All right, that's her writing the 19-page letter to Travis's family.
You'll finish that?
Anyway. Okay, I didn't want this to be so long because, I only wanted to do like an hour per video because it's just overwhelming. But I wanted to get the interrogations out of the way. So then next week, when we come back with episode 4, we'll show her jailhouse interviews that she did on Entertainment Tonight, and I think I'm gonna try and find the one that she did on ID. But hilarious lies that she was telling, and she held this. The 2 ninjas came in the house and attacked Travis. She held that lie for 2 years. But I will say one thing before I depart for the evening, that part of her story did have a ring of truth to it. There was 2 people in that house, a male and a female, and the female was the aggressor. She's talking about herself. And all the details that she was giving about where he was and everything like that, she knows because that's where she left him. He collapsed and he was on his knees. That's where she left him. So she did give a kernel of truth, but she just tried to disassociate herself from her actions. But it was her, was the aggressive female. Anyway, I appreciate all of you guys for coming out tonight to watch this nut. We'll get back into it next week. I think if I'm not going to do a Lavanya video, I won't call it Magister Monday. I think I'll start calling it, Monday Crime Time or something. Whenever I do my true crime stuff. And then if I do a Lavanya Magister Monday, then I'll use Magister Monday. So just, to stay consistent and not confuse anybody. Anywho's, make sure that you like and subscribe and hit the notification button. Oh, and make sure you share. And make sure that you guys come hang out and kiki with us on Saturday. We're going to have another 90-day Beyonce recap show. And probably talk about some more shows too. Trying to change the environment. And, y'all can kiki with your evil auntie. Anyway, you guys have a good night. And I will see you on the flip side.
Drums, please.